Yeah. We cover true crime and breaking news, bringing the story straight to you. Let's talk with Chris.
Sorry,
The
I'll
show
have
is
to run
live,
that show.
truth in the air. Let's take a dive. Cameras rolling, hearts on display. Join the convo. What do you say? Be careful in the chat. On my minds, we'll reach out and grab you. Stories flowing, laughs in the mix. Deep thoughts and quick-witted kicks. Chris is hosting, keeping it real. Every episode, that's the deal. From the streets to the screen, we break it down. Latest cases spinning round and round. Witnesses talk, evidence speaks. Solving puzzles all through the week. Be careful in the chat, or my minds will reach out and grab you. Twists and turns in every tale. Justice served without fail. Late night calls, urgent alerts. We cover it all, no one gets hurt. True crime lovers, news junkies too. This show's the place just for you. Come hang with us, don't be shy. Let's talk with Chris. Reach for the sky. From brutal murders to scandals deep, we bring the truth while the world sleeps. Suspects running, alibis weak. Every secret we gonna see. Missing persons, cold cases cracked. No detail will be left untracked. In the darkness we shine the light, chasing justice through the night. Chat is popping, comments fly. Real ones only, no cap, no lie. Mods on standby, keeping it clean. Toxic vibes won't make the scene. Every story got a lesson in it. Stay safe out there, don't you forget it. Let's talk with Chris, the truth we deliver. Best damn show in the game, no filler. Now the plot thickens, the tension builds. Every episode got that thrill. Body cam footage, the raw appeal. Confessions caught on the reel. From small town secrets to city schemes, we expose it all, living the dream. One more case before we go. Let's talk with Chris, steal the show.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us. Hello to all the mods.
Hello.
Good morning.
So, we have...
Michelle's here. Oh my gosh. Hi, Michelle. I didn't see you.
Hey.
Hello. Hey.
Yeah, we have Devil Doug. We have
You want to be
Shibby.
on this? Look, or you want us to be on this view, the 4 view, or
Yeah,
the other one?
that's fine. Perfect. Yeah, so we have
Michelle,
Devil Doug, Shibby.
Michelle's banner's covering her face.
Yeah, how do I get out?
Just turn your
Should I
camera
just,
down
like,
a little bit.
There we
or-
go.
Yeah, because Chris's banners, he's got it set for gigantic ass banners.
Yeah, I love it.
I do. But I don't know why. So anyways, so here we all are. And then we're expecting Ted at some point to visit, to stop in and visit.
He was just kind of refinishing up his Bible study stuff and restreaming it, I think, for a second. But I was just talking to him. He's on board. Don't you worry about him.
Yeah. So how is everybody today? Shibby, Michelle, Devil?
Great.
How are
Doing
you?
really good.
Good. It's nice to have you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This is awesome.
No problem. And hello to the chat, everybody in the chat. Shibby, how are you today?
I'm great, dog. Did you get your dual stream set up running okay? Check yours. And Michelle, do you know how to do that? You can set it up to stream to your channel.
Oh, how do I do that?
You see up here in this, your backstage, right? So up in the top right corner, you could send it to your audience if you hit start.
Oh, perfect.
So and then all you do is just give it a title and a description like you're making your own live stream, and you just won't be able to choose the time because Chris, it's already started and it'll end when Chris ends. So it's basically dual streaming it. It'll be this exact program will go to your channel.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll work on that now.
Just hit. You see that thing up in the top right corner? Says
yep, I'm in it right now.
Just hit it. Give it a title, a description, and you can choose a thumbnail if you want. And make sure you have at least one moderator over there because trolls will come in and start causing trouble. Oh, she left. So she did something wrong.
Yep.
That's okay.
Oh, we'll bring her back in.
Oh, she's back. Yeah. Oh,
there you are.
Yay. I don't know if let's see, stream this to my audience now. YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, you might as well. So Chris, your little banner there, America's turning 250. Oh my gosh, you guys are getting old.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We are old. Dog, do you hear what he's saying about us, Doug? Can't hear him. We can't hear you, Doug. Can't hear you.
How about now?
There you go. There you go.
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
Yep. I feel that we're taking a road trip to Toronto. He called us old, my man.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I
Get
think
your
of you guys as
passport.
one. Honestly, I think of you guys because whatever happens to you guys directly affects us in Canada. I also
This is
have
true.
eight or nine snowbirds that live in Florida half the year in my family, and we're so close to the border. I come there for shopping. We used to go like just for hockey tournaments constantly. My sons, my tournaments, my dad, my brother. So I feel like I'm one with you guys, really. So
How far away from the border do you live? How long?
I've been there about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hour and a
Oh,
half.
That's not bad.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, so I feel like we're one. If the border wasn't there, honestly, if you guys came up here, you wouldn't really know. Like when you're downtown Toronto, it's like downtown New York. When you're out west in British Columbia, it's basically like Portland. You know, it's basically the same up here, really.
British Columbia, beautiful.
Yeah, it is
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But hey, listen.
I also took some notes, guys, whenever we want to go over it. So I watched the latest Brian Enton video last night. So he had Dr. Bucato on there, and they went over the ransom notes. He wanted to kind of give his feedback on what he thought the ransom notes and you know what they were about, and then also about the Bitcoin. So if we want to cover that later on, we could chat because I took a bunch of notes for us as well.
Yeah, and we can, if needed, we can play a few minutes of the video at all. But I want to start off with, thoughts and prayers to Venezuela. Just a quick thing. A lot of deaths. We're looking at 1,500 people that are passed away. 4,000 injured so far, and this is the number that killed me. 65,000 people still missing.
That's crazy.
Incredible. So thoughts and prayers to Venezuela.
Amen.
But other than that, it's a horrible thing that happened. But I mean, we can jump right into Nancy. See what everybody has to say. Michelle, you can take off if you want with whatever you got. We can discuss it now if you want. That's fine.
Perfect. Yeah, so I watched Brian Enton's video last night. Basically, he had Dr. Bucato on, and then also a Bitcoin specialist named Sean. So the ransom notes, he kind of was just noting that there was no proof of life included whatsoever at all from the first ransom letter to the second, which they believe those two are real. Outside of the following ones, we don't really know if those have any sort of realistic theories at all. He thought that there was a possibility that she was already deceased from the time of them abducting her. So he didn't even think that she made it past the abduction state. And that he noted the writer appeared to lack a lot of empathy. And he also thought that it was odd that the notes were only directed to Savannah. Like it was, "Hello, Savannah," which also is kind of creepy on its own, the way it was directed to her. Straight out of like a scary movie. You know what I mean? Which I feel like that is significant as well. Either way, it was directed to Savannah. So this had to either go around, obviously, compensation of some sort, maybe someone that Savannah may have pissed off back in the day, or maybe go back to old interviews that she's done. Maybe she's worked with someone that, she started off not on the best relationship with. Those are just my theories and my thoughts. They also said that the remaining notes obviously are possibly fabricated. They also said that, I thought this was interesting, that they maybe believe that it could also be entirely staged, the whole abduction, that as a whole, it could have just been a homicide, which I thought was really interesting. And then that that gentleman in the front, the masked man, like maybe he was just a goon, like a third party that they kind of just placed there. Again, the way people chatted about the way he had his gun placed in the front of his hands, or the way he was hanging, you know, the leaves in front of the Ring camera. So everyone thought he kind of lacked a criminal expertise from the beginning. So maybe that could also be a theory as a whole, that he was kind of just placed there. He's not an actual criminal. And then they also noted that we should be looking in jails with the porch man's photo to say, do you know this person? Because if that is someone who was just a goon or someone that they placed there, maybe he has been arrested before.
Yes, definitely.
So, hey, Chris, before I'll just jump in quickly, Michelle and Dog, I've jumped on both your channels and both your lives are running greatly. So I just wanted you guys to know.
Thank you, Shibby. Appreciate it, bud.
Running good.
Thank you, Shibby.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, that is a theory that I think personally could be possible, that it was never meant to be something that was going to be a ransom for money. Maybe this was supposed to be a homicide from the start. What do you guys think?
It could be, just a complete cover up like this. You know, I was thinking also like that guy in the video. How do we even really know? Like they say there's timestamp, whatever. Like it could have been last year. Like they just could be using any old video of some guy just showing up on her porch, you know, unrelated. They could be just spreading a narrative. I think of at least 5 different things, but yeah. I think most likely it didn't even happen, and this is just a cover-up.
And they're not putting enough pressure, I feel like, on the suspect, whereas like they're not putting the photos around enough. They're not putting enough pressure in general on this criminal act. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like if they're
only that they know that there's nobody to pressure, that would make sense, right?
Yeah, I guess like putting that photo out there though, like speaking on it more. No one's even showing care besides YouTube. You know what I mean? There's not much going on.
So let me ask you this. So with all that said, no notes, there's nobody searching, there's no police on the ground doing any work. They're not looking, they're not searching, they're not talking, they're not doing anything. Why do you think that is? What's your theory? What is your one theory that why nothing's being done?
I personally think it stems from a few different scenarios. I think that, like I noted, I think the cops dropped the ball from the beginning. I think because of the lack of evidence, they don't have anything to really show for that. And I also feel like Nanos is being a little bit salty now that the FBI is kind of included on this, where he feels like, oh, I lost the limelight. I'm not even going to act as if I care. Again, personal theories on that. I feel like he kind of was just like, well, let them solve it now.
Yeah,
but
like
at the end,
picking up his ball and leaving because he's like a little temper tantrum, like, now that I'm not in control, you know.
That's what I feel like. He's like, okay, well, they're handing the ransom letters. They're doing this, they're doing that. Like, I'm going to step out because no one wants my help. Kind of like a child.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, that's because TMZ didn't send those letters to him. They sent them to the FBI, you know, 100%. So the FBI had those letters before he did. So, you know, Shibby, your thoughts on that same question?
My thoughts is I haven't heard Dog. What's up?
I'm waiting for you.
No. I've been talking a lot. I feel Michelle. What's up, Dog?
Well, I don't think I have anything. I don't think it has anything. In my opinion, I think it was a ransom that went wrong. In my training, it tells me a lot that they go in. If it was literally supposed to be let's say an unaliving, it would have just been done. End of story. There would have been no hoopla. There would have been no, let's send letters here. Let's send TMZ letters there. Why would they even done that? I mean, there's no reason that I can see that would make it to be an unaliving. That's the main goal. Now, could it be? Sure. It could actually be an unaliving. I just don't see it. I see it more as a kidnapping that went wrong. I think this was all about the opportunity to make quick money, and then something went wrong. I believe that from the beginning. Just my opinion.
So
they aborted the mission because something
yeah,
happened with her.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything went haywire. I mean, think about it. I don't think these individuals, in my opinion, I don't think these individuals are very sophisticated. So
no,
when something went wrong, it was like almost trying to run on the fly. You're trying to make like, what do we do? How do we get out of this? You know, was it supposed to? It wasn't supposed to go like this, and now you're having them make decisions on the fly and quickly because they know that they have to, because otherwise they're not going to get what they came for, which was the money. You know. So the idea that they were making decisions spur of the moment, that could tell also why there was a lot of mistakes that usually are not made when you calculate what a kidnapping for ransom is all about. It just is my opinion.
Yeah, I guess my question to you would be, or to any of you, if this was a ransom gone wrong and she's unalived, then we're moving on to 5 months later. Are we still trying to get the money just because, or why do they keep sending stuff? If it went wrong and you're like, oh crap, now we're not going to prove anything, wouldn't you just kind of end it and move on so you wouldn't? What do you think?
So it depends. It depends on who's behind this whole situation. Who is the mastermind? And then you have to understand who is really the one that for all sake of purposes. Okay, I'm going to give you a scenario. Okay, I'll give you a scenario. Let's say hypothetically that this was somebody in the family. Okay, Let's just suppose that there was, and these are hypotheticals. I get it, but I think they're pretty reasonable. Let's say that the word has been that that Tommaso may have been in a financial crunch, let's say, for the most part. Okay. Let's say that for all sake of purposes, we have a person who is his friend who owns some type of gambling outfit of some sort. Let's say that he's underwater and this was all conspired to try and go ahead and, how can I say, for a better lack of words, acquire money in a fast means, and no one would get hurt and everything, and that money would be funneled back to whoever he was indebted to. It's very possible that is a scenario, just like any other scenario. So it really depends who's the mastermind. And I think that's the key element. Who is the one behind it? Because the one behind it is going to be the one that's going to be able to kind of push the narrative to which direction it's going. You know what I mean? It's gonna push that narrative, because then you're going to see, okay, well, this person, if it's let's just say it's for some people it was a crime thing, right? It was a crime syndicate, if you will. I mean, they're going to just take care of it if you don't pay, period. End of story. But if it's somebody that and you're trying to help this person acquire that funds, you're going to do anything. And that's where it brings to me the relationship between some of the people in law enforcement and some of the family victim, if you will, or the family, some of the family members, let's just say, for a better lack of words. I'm not trying to put any doubt in anybody that it could be that. That's why I'm trying to be very cautious to just kind of read between the lines, if you will. Does that make any sense, maybe?
Yeah. I just think my theory all along the whole entire thing is it just is a cover-up. It's just a cover-up. The only problem is I'm not sure if it's a family cover-up where somebody in the family was in part of it, or if it's something bigger than any of us think, and it involves some important higher up people for some odd reason, and that's why they're covering it up. Because if you look at it from the beginning, this is the best thing to say. What do we know?
She's gone.
We know that he's missing, and there was a guy on the front porch. Let's just go right back to the beginning. That's all we know. We know nothing else. There's nothing. Zero. I even leave the blood out of the whole situation on the front, because I don't know if that was old, new. I mean, who knows? They know, we don't. And that's all. That's it. So what do you have to go on?
Well, for me,
nothing.
For me, it's about putting those pieces, and that's what's important, the little pieces that you can confirm by when someone gives you details. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say that we know that they apparently talked to the family to get what, when she came back, when she was dropped off, what happened, the whole 9 yards, right? From the beginning to the point where she went missing. So if they can match those details, and they can prove that some of those details that they gave were not consistent to what they're seeing, then you got a problem. Okay. And that's what you got to go with, because sometimes in many cases, you're not going to have that golden nugget, that big, that thing right in front of you that says, this is why, right? So you got to find all those little nuances to be able to find out what is credible to what they said to what is not. I mean, that's just the beginning. And then, for example, if I said I took my mom and I dropped her home, and then they're able to go and pull out the telemetrics from that vehicle that he used to take my mom home, and they're able to show that that car was never at the home any time of that day, we got a problem, right? So you take that information, because that's the only way you can really know what is true and what is not, or what is false. Because when someone gives you literally detailed information, that is how you either make it valid or you say we got a problem. It's really that simple, because you're not going to have everything else, right? Just like you said, all we got is what she's missing, and all we got is that there's a porch guy on the front. Okay, now we know they did interview them. So you take everything they tell you and you try to go ahead and get that to see if it all makes sense and does it correspond with each other. You're going to look at things with the garage doors, the timestamps. You're going to look at, like I said, the telemetrics. You're going to look at was it even there? For all we know, that car was not even there, right? I mean, so I guess my whole thing that I'm saying is take the details information that they give you, that the people are giving you, whether it's Kalea, whether it's whoever, take that detailed information and then try to validate, is it legit? And that's what's going to actually push you to the direction of what really could have happened. And now hey, I gotta really hit this person hard on, hey, you said that you pulled in here at such and such time, but you know what? We pulled off that things of your computer, the telemetrics, and you know what? It's showing your vehicle was never there. Now where do we go?
Right. Okay?
So explain how that happens. How does your car doesn't show that you were there? And he's going to know that. So you would hammer that until you finally get a point where either he keeps denying it, but that's an evidence clue that puts that individual over here at the top, right? And then you keep doing that, and that's all you can do at this point, in my opinion. And in my experience, that is how you would break down a case. Take what they tell you, specifics, and try to validate, are they true? Are they not? That's how it would work, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I'm going to just, every once in a while, I'm just going to jump in and grab a chat, a message from the chat that somebody said. And I do not believe that at this point, I do not believe Cameron or Savannah is involved. because out of the 4 of the family members that we're dealing with, the only 2 that have made themselves look guilty would be A and T. Covering your faces up in the car and then, just hiding. They're gone. Which is, I can understand that part. You know what I mean? There's a lot of news people running around. You don't want people bothering you at your house. I get that part, but you're making yourselves look guilty. And then they took, their car for, for almost over a month. They had their car in pieces, had to send it somewhere to be put back together. That's how much they took the car apart. And, if did they find anything in it? Don't know. But it's just kind of odd to me that everything about this case is odd. And I know we keep going over the same stuff and the same over and over and over. But you know what? There's the 2 things that I think is, one, it's either going to be the streamers that find something or break some big part of the news that, when they were out in that park talking to somebody, they found something, or it's going to be the interview room that's going to come up with something just out of the blue. Because I think personally, and I know we've discussed this on here before, is I think since the day that he ran his first show, everything changed. Everything. The way that Pima County was doing things, now they're panicking because he's getting connections inside the police station, the sheriff's office. They're telling him stuff. They're giving him information, and he's running with it. He went after everything he could down there. And then on top of that, his wife goes and talks to the friends, the church people. Did she get anything? Yeah, she got zip. Her friends, nope, sorry, ain't saying another damn word. Why? Why are you hiding? Why can't you say anything? And I asked this question before. Not a word from her friends, not a word from the church people, the people she played cards with that were a younger group, I guess. Not a one word. Why is that? What are you hiding?
Weird.
Hey, Chris, can I just jump in, guys, quickly?
Yeah.
We need to do a little shameless self-promotion. So what I've done in our private chat is I've put our names and each other's live streams. So if you want, what I'm going to do in mine, I'm going to share all 3 of yours in mine. So I'll have all my people come to say hi, and subscribe, and then come back to me. If you guys want to do that, I put them in our private chats, each one of us. If you choose, I put Chris's, I put our official names, and each one is a link to our own live stream. So if you want to just have your people come say hi to each other, and we'll all make sure we're all subscribed and share alike, and then they can choose whomever they want to stay and talk with.
Do we just put that as like a post on ours, or how do you repost that?
You can just drop it in your chat if you can. I'm going to copy and link. I don't know if you can do it on. I just guess you can copy the whole thing and just drop it in your chat. So I'll drop all 3 of yours if you guys want.
Yes, absolutely.
I just think if we can just get each other's people to kind of come on, because then when we're not on together, we'll all be able to kind of have each other to watch.
Sounds good, Shibby.
Sorry to interrupt. Let's do this.
No, you're good. You're good. Anything helps, right? So that's what we do.
Well, Chris, and you do make a very good point in all this. When I look at it, it's exactly what you just said, right? The idea that some individual, one of the family members, has gone literally silenced from day one. From day one, has said zero, nothing, out of sight, out of mind, the whole 9 yards. Even when he, like you said, even when he was in vehicles going here and there, it was hide your face, hide this. Now, I get it that, the pressures of, of people on the outside, the ethosphere, saying all this information about you and who could be involved. I get all that. But from day one, from day one, before anybody even had any like sense of who could have been involved, there's an individual that has been literally nowhere. And I just find that, like you said, very, very odd. It's very, very troubling that this person would literally not even have. The only time this person made an appearance was when they went to the shrine, and that was with all three of two of the siblings and the son-in-law. Cameron wasn't there, but the idea that was the only time, and then even then it was really nothing said, right? It was all theatrics and theater, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but it was just that. It was, let's show mom a respect, let's show everybody that we really want our mom back. Not that they don't, because I think they do, obviously, but it's just the idea that one person out of that whole, for a better lack of words, 4 people that were close to her, is not saying one word. Camera's not saying a whole lot, but I think there's a lot of things there that like you said earlier, I'm willing to overlook, only because maybe he wasn't there. Maybe he's, from the military mentality perspective, that whole type of deal that he's able to absorb and not really like show a lot of emotion. But that one individual, I mean, they went 5 times to this individual, approximately 5 times, to look for evidence. Not once. Not when they found something, they went again. Not when they found something, they went again. Not when they found something, they went again. Not when they went something, they found again. I mean, dude, that just doesn't happen by accident. Okay, there's a reason why everything points there. And I'm not saying he did or didn't do anything. I'm just saying you got to look where the noise is at. Because where the noise is at usually tells you where there's probably something. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It's that old saying that they say. So that's where I'm at and all that. I'll be quiet now.
Now, what I was going to say is just something that I want to know on my own, Doug. When you get a search warrant for Carlos's house, right? Like they did, and they went in and said, does that warrant end when you're done with that search that day? Like if you decide to go back tomorrow, do you have to get another search warrant? Or does that search warrant continue for a certain amount of time? Do you know?
I think you're asking me. I think if I'm not mistaken, that you would have to get another search warrant unless there's a specific time frame that on that search warrant it has from open-ended to open-ended. You know what I mean? But usually it's better off to get a search warrant every time, because therefore it's the idea that everything from one day to the next is all different news. You know what? You keep everything in perspective. So that's what I would say. That's how we would do it. I don't know how other people would do it. Everybody has their different policies and procedures, and everybody does things a little tweaking here and there. But I do know that if you're going to go back anytime to that house, because once you leave, you're done. So when you come back to that house, unless it's still open, it's a crime scene, active crime scene, then you don't have to get any, obviously, warrants. But if you're going back there later, once the house is released, yes, you're going to have to get a warrant, because you can't just barge in someone's home and look around. You know what I mean? Once
they released it back to the family, just like that day Alex was sitting out front and the house was back in the family's control. Tommaso had to show up first before the FBI to let them in, because it was back in the family's hands. Yeah, they can't just go and do whatever after they've released it back to the family.
Right. So, Michelle, why do you think, that was weird, why do you think you haven't heard from Cameron since his last video that he did?
I just don't know if he's maybe because of his background. He's in the military, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe again, I think they all have different personas, and that they feel like they need to live up to. Maybe he feels like if he shows any sorts of sense, remorse or sadness, it's going to affect who he is as a person. Same with Savannah. I feel like because of her persona and like because she has this huge following, she's not doing anything because she's worried it's going to affect who she is as a person, and how people see her or portray her. And I feel like that's the same for Cameron because of what he does for a living. For Annie, I have no idea why her and Tommaso are just MIA right now. Especially because they haven't been seen in weeks. I know some people assume they might be in Italy, vacationing or just like spending time away because their son is summer camp, I think people have said. But if that's the case, why are you not here looking for your mother? Like, that's the part that is insane to me. There's little pieces here that do not add up. Like, I get it. Everyone has their own lives. But when it comes to your family, your mother, you should be doing what you can to find her. So that's just my point of view, Foma. I feel like they all live their own personal lives and they don't want to basically not ruin their character, but make people think a different way of what they think of them now. I know for Cameron, maybe he feels like this strong, tough man where he's like, if I show remorse or if I show any sign of, being upset about things, I think that can he thinks that it could ruin who he is. But that's just my point of view. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think it's a valid point. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. The thing that keeps running through my head is that I put myself in their position. This is my mother. I'm still there. I'm still there looking, knocking doors.
Giving out flyers yourself, I'd be sitting with the YouTubers, like giving them all the interviews they need, getting on any platform that I possibly could. We have seen none of that. And I know some people have said like maybe it's because of Savannah's contracts, but wouldn't that contract only be pertaining to her show herself? And I don't know what that consists of, but you would think that she would be able to at least go on her own platforms or even walk around town herself, hand out flyers, have her husband hand out flyers, have any like aunts, uncles, cousin, where is everyone? Like Nancy seemed to be so adored by everyone that it's such a shame. And it almost feels like we're missing a part of that conversation as like we're saying, why are no friends actively talking about it? Like, did the FBI tell them they could not? Why? Like, there's so many questions. Like, we're not hearing from the sheriff. We're not hearing from Savannah. We're hearing only from Savannah when these small little things come out, which they've already known about this since February, this ransom letter. And for them to for her just to be chatting about it now on her show, it's just odd. And again, I understand if she can't chat about that on that platform, but she should be doing things on her own personal time. That's where I feel like the connection's kind of falling off for people to understand why she's not doing anything. Why are there no press conferences on this? We haven't gotten any. It's just very, very strange. And I think that's what is keeping everyone so on edge and really dedicated to this case, because it's not like anything we've ever seen before. I feel like we're very much put in the dark through all of this.
Hey, let me ask you this. Does anybody sitting here or in the chat, has anybody thought A&T's nowhere to be found? Nobody knows. Nobody's seen them. Are they gone? Did they leave? Are they?
That's what I'm saying. I know the neighbor was saying the trash cans haven't been out in weeks, but it's no one knows where they actually are. And also, how are you living a sustainable life by not working? Maybe I think he's a teacher, so maybe he's getting some summer pay and they're off. But what is Annie like? That's not a sustainable lifestyle to just go MIA, even if you're in Italy. Like, how are you living life right now? So to me, the financial question comes back into question here.
I was sitting here the other day and I'm thinking, did they flee the country?
Yeah.
Did they leave? Are they gone? You know, the only way that I can see them, they're not working, obviously.
Mhm.
I'm sure they had a savings. I mean, I don't know that they were in debt. I mean, like a lot of stuff has been said. I have no idea. I don't know their bank. But the way that I think they're getting their money is now through Nancy, because he was power of attorney, but we don't know. I guess she had an appointment, what was going around, to go and change that. Like, you know, I don't know how many days, but days before going missing. Did
And
that
there's
ever
some
get done?
interesting comments
No.
in the chat. Some people are saying, I wonder if Savannah paid them to go into hiding. I mean, all of these are valid theories
Maybe.
and questions because we're working on little to nothing, but just seeing what we're seeing, and we're not seeing much, and everyone's gone.
Mhm.
It's very, very odd.
Shibby?
Or are they living off of
Yes.
Nancy's money right now? Like, are they able to touch that? I'm not sure how that works. Like, how long
Well, he's power of attorney as the last
Cameron is.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yes, and he signed it so Annie has the same power of as him. So she's
Got
on it
it.
now too. But Nancy was supposed to change that, and we don't know if that got changed or not. If not,
And
They have
why
that-
was she supposed to
every-
change that though? Was there like a red flag to her? Like, why are you changing that?
because he was probably taking stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they-
or do you
who
think
knows?
Annie was taking stuff? That's what
Well,
I
Maybe-
yeah, maybe she was going through their inheritance too fast and buying
Yeah.
frivolous things or trips, or who knows. I'm not saying, but that's a possibility, right?
Money
That's what
makes people
I'm
do
asking.
very, very awful things.
Now, Chris, can I just jump in quickly? Perfectly. I see dogs mods are sharing, I guess, everyone else's. That's all. Because I've seen it. I'm just trying to get everyone to kind of join together. And all of us have put each other's chats in. So if dogs mods want to find all of us and share, that's all. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. The mods, thank you guys. Amazing. All the mods are doing amazing work. Thank
I'm
you.
watching all three chats, so I'm loving seeing everyone just pop over and say hello and
That's amazing.
subscribe and like. It's great.
That's awesome.
Michelle, do you have mods?
I don't know. So people have been emailing me asking if they can be assigned. I don't know how to assign them. I've only literally have been doing this for
basically-
like 3 days.
On in your chat, just click their name and you'll get a choice to choose them as a moderator.
Oh, okay.
So just
Remember-
pick someone you can know and trust to help police your
Yeah.
chat in that sense. So it's
Got
up to
it.
you.
Yeah, definitely. That was the best thing that the guys, when I started this, and I only started this a little while ago too, Michelle. I haven't been around for long at all, but yeah, make sure you
Now
trust.
you can choose a managing moderator is somebody who basically has the moderator powers, but also if there's like comments that get flagged, they'll be able to choose to show them or hide them and stuff like that. So you
Okay.
can choose a
And now,
managing
would this
moderator or
person be
standard.
on every time, or is it just someone new for every
It's up to
live?
them. It's up to them. These are your friends, their followers, or devotees, and you need to find someone who you can just trust and who likes to show up for you and work for free because
Thank
they
you
love
so
helping.
much. I
No?
think I
And,
found
yeah,
one.
Find someone you know and like.
Yeah, you just
Takes
got to make
time
sure
to
you
build.
trust them. That's all.
Got it.
Like,
If you need any suggestions, I can tell you people that come. I can tell you people that are in your chat that I recognize that if they ever wanted to.
Yeah, I was
ask them
thinking
or say to
Angel
them.
Eyes.
I don't know that person.
Oh, okay. I
Um,
feel like I've seen that person around everyone else's too.
You'll get to know your people.
Okay, that sounds good.
But you get to moderate your own chat too, right? So basically, you're just going to be, because what happens is there's a thing called it's called BOYT, BOYT. It's called bottom of YouTube, where they see smaller people like us just having fun and getting along, and people come to our chats and they don't even care what the topic. They just want to cause chaos and troll, and they'll actually be really vulgar and disruptive. So you'll need to get a hand. You'll need to have, if you're watching your own chat, it's fine. You don't need mods, but sometimes you're going to miss it, and they'll drop vulgarities and just really obscene and horrible things. That's mostly what it's for. And
Yeah.
Crazy.
So,
Thank you guys. Thank you for
yeah,
everything.
no problem.
Hey Chris, so there's a question here on here that AJ is asking. He's making a comment saying, I don't think they can touch Nancy's money until a death certificate is issued.
Good point.
That's from AJ. Thank you, AJ.
Yeah, I think after a year or so, you can get declared. There's something you can get declared, right?
I
there's no body type thing.
It's only when they declare her that she is deceased that they can go ahead and basically start to make arrangements how they're going to do all the process and everything.
Right.
I think once we see a for sale sign or that house get put up on the market, then we'll know that's what they're doing. Obviously, right?
Good question, AJ. Good question.
Yeah. So last night, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but Chris McDonough was on the lab. I don't know if you guys know, he's frequents the lab. He's on the panel there. And he covered the death certificate in a situation like this. And there is an emergency thing that you can file, and then the lawyers battle it out in court, and you can have that death certificate if they decide there's enough. The judge has to decide that there's enough evidence to say, hey, look at this lady's been missing for, a year and we have not heard anything. We've found nothing. And then they can get that death certificate quick. It doesn't have to be the long period of waiting time. You can have it quick. So whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just he covered that because that was a question that came up. And, who knows if they had access to her bank account? They may have had access. It's her daughter, right? Who knows? We don't know anything, but it's just a thought that, it just kind of seems like it flows to them because, like I said a little while ago, they're making themselves look guilty, and now they're disappeared and they're gone, right? And it's, and there's nothing, but the kicker is there's nothing being done about it, right? And we don't, we're still back at the same thing. We know nothing. And the question everybody's wondering is why. So all we're trying to do here and on all the other platforms and other streamers channels is find out why. And if it wasn't for Ted, JLR, Juice, 857, Alex, Criminal Network, AJW, all of them.
DGL.
DGL.
With Nico.
Yeah, all on the ground or from their homes doing whatever they're doing, that we wouldn't even know about this anymore.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have zero you'd have to follow like Brian Enton, because I feel like he also is not on the ground there as they are now, giving you like behind the scenes details. So I feel like that has been so amazing to have. We're getting all those keynotes. Details.
I feel with Brian Enton and them, they're trying to appear like they're regular folk streamers like JLR and them, but it's still got a corporate vibe to it, even though,
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Chris McDonough last night also, and I'll tell you guys, if you haven't watched much of him, and this is for the chat and everybody else, you got to listen to him. You've got to watch this guy, and you have to listen to him and his panel.
His wife is good as well. She's
amazing. And and if you don't agree with something, that's fine. But this dude, they are smart. If there's any group of people that I wanted searching for my missing parent, whatever, whoever, it would be the streamers and them. And
I think what you're trying to say is you want people in there that aren't in with the families as like a PR campaign. Not the people that aren't afraid to ask questions about the family and law enforcement too. The hard to tough questions. Then you can trust them.
He just comes right out, and he went after the news people. He's like, "Come on, he's straightforward." But he brought up a point last night that the FBI in this case, they're not doing anything, and they're not doing anything for a reason, because they really don't deal with missing people. They really don't deal with kidnappings unless it's like, from a high court judge or up. They don't bring them in on that.
Crossing state lines. There could be a whole bunch of things we don't know about. So they're, even though if they were involved, I'm sure they leave one or two on the case to sit and watch in case they need to swoop in and do the whole RICO thing and round them all up.
Right.
So the feds are always there.
Yeah, they're around, and what he said is the only thing that they're really good for is all the forensic stuff. Money, forensic. You have
the resources. The resources to do. Yeah, they have the resources and
through the to the moon and back. Yep. And that's what you're using them for. And the thing is the FBI, they have 2 agents on the Indian reservation that butt up against Nancy's area. It butts up right against Arizona there. They're there all the time. They work off the reservation. So, if everybody remembers, there was like 1 or 2 FBI agents that were there before the 4 days because you saw their jackets walking around. And I believe that those were the 2 guys that were sent over from the Indian reservation to maybe help out a little bit. But you're right, Marissa. The FBI is corrupt too, just along with everybody else. I mean,
it's a lot of corruption.
There's corruption everywhere.
That's what's scary because it's like there's a lot of information that is misleading or that we're just never going to know about. And the fact that this whole investigation started out faulty because remember at first she never called the police right away. She called her friend that was in, I forgot what he was. He was some sort of, what was he?
Mark Kelly? Mark Kelly?
Yeah, I believe so. She contacted them before contacting the police to say like, oh, I think we have an issue here. So it's like, why would you not go to the police right away? And then when they got there, they were letting anyone come in and out of that area. So, that could have created a space that's not clean. Do you know what I mean? That you couldn't get DNA properly. And then the fact that I think Brian Enton found the blood on the front steps.
I think the reason that she called Mark Kelly is because, he's big time down there. But I don't think anybody up until this point, unless you've had to deal with it before, that nobody has any power over Nanos.
Yeah.
It's the public. They have to recall him through there.
Or investigate properly. Like they're all walking in and out of there. There was no one that was probably collecting the data that should have been done. That was the major issue. And that's how a lot of crime scenes, even like in Connecticut that I see, they're not handled properly. So you never find the perp. And that's my worst fear is because it wasn't handled properly. We're going to have an issue figuring out what happened that day.
And I don't like any of the people that are involved with this down there in Arizona. I can't speak for every deputy because not every deputy was involved, but the ones that were involved, whatever. But the first day when they called and Doug, you can speak on this after and tell me if I'm out of my mind or not. But the first, when they were called, when they got there, it's not a crime scene. They're just there to take the report of a missing lady. So, they're in there walking around. They're doing whatever. It's not a crime scene yet. Correct, Doug? So you're not closing it down. You're not taping it up yet, right? So not until you realize that, hey, this lady's missing, and they see a video, or then they found the blood, and now you're like, okay, something's not right here. Then it becomes a crime scene. But if you're talking 7 hours before you make it a crime scene, anybody can walk there because it's not a crime scene. So I will give the first day a little bit of lenience because it wasn't a crime yet. So, and I know that there was a lot of people saying that Brian Enton was the one to find the blood, but I pretty sure it was one of the deputies that found the blood. The first, I don't think it was Brian Enton. I know that went around for a long time, but it was a deputy from one of the articles that I read that it wasn't a sheriff person writing the article, but they said that the sheriff, one of the deputies found the blood and went in and said, hey, we got blood out here. Come and, what are we going to do? And then that's when it became a crime scene. And that's when I believe it was, what was that? A Saturday night, Shibby, or a Friday night when Nano showed up and said, hey,
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure. I missed the first week or two in the beginning, so I'm a little.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I mean, it's just, and I've heard a lot of people say, hey, this is crazy. They screwed it from the beginning. They did, but the beginning wasn't the first day. The beginning was like, pretty much later on in that evening, into the next morning. So I can't speak bad about them that first little time. I mean, does that make sense, Doug? I mean,
it does. It does. Yes, it does. I mean, the reality is that, look, the beginning of the crime scene is the most important because that sets everything in tone. That sets everything. I mean, you feed off of the beginning of what you find, what you see, what you write down, what you have other officers that come in. And you're right. I heard the same thing, that it was a deputy that actually found that. And once they found that, I think that's when those calls started to come into, hey, we got a problem. There's blood, there's a missing woman, there's doors that are open. When they got here, we can't find her. I think you better send somebody down here. And then of course relay that to the sheriff. And now the detectives are called in, possibly even for forensics or whatnot. But the whole idea is everything starts at the beginning. Okay. It's like anything, man. Everything is at the beginning because that is your foundation. And if you don't have those critical details, when did you last see her, talking about the RPs, the reporting parties, when did you last see her, talking to Vanny and Tommaso, whoever was the one that called, they never specified that, but that's what you get. You're getting those details because it's everybody's fresh on their minds, right? And you're condensing all that information. And then, yes, you're gonna send people out to do more detail, getting statements and whatnot. But the beginning is the most important because the sooner you can either say this is just a walk away, or this is literally something maybe sinister, you're going to be able to put up that crime tape. You're going to wrap that crime tape. You're going to surround everything. You're not going to let anybody in. You're going to create a logbook that basically has everybody that's there to process of elimination, things that could have fell in that whole process. So there's a lot, but that beginning, that first initial contact is very crucial for that deputy to get everything he can. And to literally, that's why they walk around the house, not just this house, but every house. You always walk around, see what you see that, maybe a window's open, maybe anything like that would signify, okay, they could have came through here, this, that, and the other. But it is always crucial that you log in and you have your mics on your recorders, so that way you can go back and replay a lot of information that you didn't get, right? So it is crucial, and you're right. That's when the crime tape would come out, when they know that something definitely has happened. And you would know that if you saw blood and they told you the doors were open when they got here and you can't find it. That would be a safe bet, in my opinion. Yeah.
I just want to say too is so I mean, I'm sure everybody knows Tucson has court today.
I think I've had a few people say that Chris's mic is too loud, but I think it's not Chris's though, because we're using the studio setup. So I think if the others would use, I don't know what Michelle uses, but if you guys use the good microphones, separate microphones, are you using one? Because I think Chris sounds great to me. I don't know if he's
it's only one person I think that is noting it. So I wonder if it's their. I'll ask the chat.
What do you use, Michelle, as a setup? Do you mind me asking?
I have my Mac set up. I also have separate microphone as well, so I could do that too.
I think honestly, though, I think Dog learned the other day that when you use the separate headphones, any earbuds to keep your background mic, your mic is not confused as much. Yours sounds great. You sound wonderful. But I'm just
Mhm.
saying, if you ever use earbuds, because I think what happens to a lot of people, not any of you guys, it sounds wonderful, but if your microphone catches your speaker sound, it's kind of confused trying to cancel out background noise. But
Oh,
you
I
sound
see.
wonderful. Don't worry. You have a mic. Apple is obviously really good at it, so I wouldn't worry too much. But anytime, when you see people, they have the headset and the separate good
Yes, I
microphones.
need the big headset. I actually have a pair. I have a few.
And you don't need just some little earbuds. You don't need any. They don't have to be those big earmuffs like dog.
Also, people in the chat right now are saying sound is great. So I think it might
No,
just
no,
be
yeah,
the
it
one
does sound
person.
great. Yours sounds great. I think Chris's is loud because he's got a really nice microphone and a booming voice. This young man, that's what it is.
Yeah, I sound like Howard Stern. I hear a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Great. That's just who I want to sound like. But yeah.
Sorry to interrupt
So,
that, guys, but I just
yeah, I can't go any lower on my mic, or I'm going to be off. You won't be able to hear me at all. So
while we're on this, do you have the settings in your StreamYard set in your audio settings to control the volume?
Yep,
So
I do.
I think you sound great. You just have a booming voice.
I do. I speak loud. So, but yeah.
That's
so, crime scene. But look at, I also look at, they did at Annie's house, right? Annie T's house. They were there for a long time. There was a lot of, blue light happening in that house.
Why
for a
can't
long
we sit
amount of
outside of
time.
A&T's? Especially because it seems like the neighbor wants to be involved. He should set up a little tent over there so we could all go and sit.
Right? I mean, look at when we all, I was there.
Yeah. Well,
When they all got
I
down
feel
there.
like I was there every day, honestly. So in theory, we kind of were.
Well, I mean, when you, again, when I started doing this, it was JLR that got me started. So I've been on live with JLR and all that good stuff, with Storms and everything else. But, so out of all of the guys, right, JLR is the one, he knows how to talk. He knows how to become friends with the neighbors or whoever. And, the other guys can do it too, but it's just a little different, but JLR was the one who has the neighbor all the time on the chats and all the time on the lives. And, you got an in there, you know what I mean? Hey, keep an eye on Annie. And, that's what he's doing. Right. So, it's good that, JLR was there. He brings, I don't know, like when I look at the team, he's the head guy. He's the head of the team, and then there's Alex and 857 and Ted and everybody else. And they just flowed perfectly together. They're a family. They're friends. They're a family. And, when all this went down, the sheriff's department didn't expect this group of streamers to cause them headache and keep digging and keep pushing and keep this on the top. But like I said earlier, if it wasn't for them, they would be nothing. You wouldn't know anything. Is anybody in here from Arizona in the chat? If you are, tell me the last time you saw this on the news. And it's probably been a long while, because about 3 or 4 days after it happened, Arizona News wasn't even reporting on it anymore.
Where are all the billboards? Where's, memorials? Why can't we do a candlelight visual for her? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why they're all, I think Dad's Gone Live was the only one who put that together, the candlelight for her. But ever since then, it's like, why aren't they mourning her as a public loss either? Because obviously we all believe, well, most of us believe she has passed on. So why can't we have some sort of visual for her? Or why isn't the public over there doing that? Or why isn't the family doing that?
even worse. Nanos is going to be arresting people for even searching.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is.
I think he's trying to prevent other people from finding the solution over him. So he's trying to really cover it up as much as possible.
True.
I don't know.
Well, you know, you can't even speak about it. It seems like in Arizona. If you're not a streamer that's there doing this, you don't even speak about it. The one thing that stood out to me big was when all the guys got all the flyers and they went down to the courthouse and they went to the college, and they were in the mall, and Ted got lost, and they were handing out these flyers and talking to people, and 90% of the people like, oh, who's that? Oh, I didn't hear nothing about that.
Right. Well, actually, you know, can I just jump in quickly? I've noticed an epidemic with Ted and I when we've gone around. Ted he's on the road selling equipment and doing other things also while he does his true crime stuff. So what he does is he Googles the areas. He was in St. Louis. He Googles and just finds cold case. If he has a couple hours to spare or he has to wait for the afternoon to have a dinner party, he finds cases and he reports on them with the people, and he goes to the local police stations and talks to the people in the area, and people don't have a clue. The cops say they want help, but when they ask the people within blocks of a 10-year-old cold case, they have no clue. They're even heard about it. But yet they're pleading for the public to help them, yet nobody knows about it. Then he goes into the headquarters and asks them, and they look at him like an alien. So it's like they're just doing it for show. You know, they don't really care.
Yeah.
So it's like
and you know, just the amount of I don't know. And I understand maybe the young college kids, they're in college, they're partying, having a good time. But in the state of Arizona,
we don't want search teams out there. But if you walk into the headquarters, you should at least see some flyers up. You should be able to go to the desk and say, hey, can I get info and can you print me out? And I'll go and pass them out for you. And they don't even know what you're talking about when you go there.
No.
So yeah.
Well, even when I try to bring it up to like people around me, and I'm like, "Oh, Nancy Guthrie," some people are like, "Oh, what happened?" It's like, how do you not know what happened? A lot of people need to educate themselves on what is going on in the world, because this can happen to anyone. And the fact that she was also, you know, was family members with someone who is in the limelight and the spotlight, and they still can't find her.
Like that's how those Amber Alert things work. Those Amber Alerts, they work by everyone gets to know it. So if you just you see something, then you'll be able to say something because you'll know. But if the awareness is the very first step, I think, and nobody's
aware. Also, 857's on his way to court right now. So hopefully we get an update from him.
Oh, some people went live with it, so. But yeah, I mean,
we can put him up.
Good luck to him. But I don't know if they're just waiting outside for him.
I'll update you, Chris. Don't worry. If you're doing things, I'll watch it on my screen here, and I'll see what he's doing. Yeah,
I think. What time is it here? So it's 11. What is it? Are they 3 hours behind in Arizona? 3, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
because they're actually 2 hours. They're in mountain, but they don't observe the daylight savings. So in the summer between March 2nd and November 2nd, they don't observe the extra hour daylight. So they're 3 hours behind. But usually they're in mountain, so they're 2 hours behind east. But this time of year they're 3 hours behind because they don't.
We should all be at the goddamn same time. I don't. 2 hours, 1 hour, 3 hours, an hour and a half. Get out of here.
Especially for us, Chris, on the East Coast, it's dark at literally 4 p.m. in the winter. It's awful.
Right. I know. I keep forgetting we're neighbors.
Yeah, we are. We're neighbors.
Where are you? I'm in East too. I'm up in Toronto. So Chris is Boston.
I'm in Connecticut.
She's in Connecticut.
And Dog, which zone are you in, Dog?
I'm in East Ohio, East Coast.
So the Eastern time zone also.
Yes, Eastern time.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So
works out good.
That's what I always say to people. I'm not worried about. I respect anyone who has a pronouns, and I would love to know. But I also want to know your time zones. Just give me one, and I'll work it out myself. But when YouTube doesn't take care of it itself, if you just give us one, like if you have to type it in yourself, I love that. I'm very thoughtful of people when I do that.
Yep.
I'm going to hop off, guys. I got to get back to it. But thank you so much, Chris, for having me on today. I love chatting with you all. Let's keep in touch. And keeping the thoughts out there for Nancy. And I'll share whatever I keep getting on my end.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Let's pray for 857 right now, too.
Yes.
Sure.
Amen.
Have a good day.
All right.
Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
So guys,
So, yeah.
let me find out what's up with Ted. Do you want to check in? We should check in because everyone is going live with 857.
Ted is on with JLR right now.
Is
And
he?
it looks yeah. And it looks like
I want to share my screen. I hear him. I see him. Do you want to know? We should check.
Yeah, you can.
Can you hear that, or do you? Yeah, he's on with 857. We should.
Check him out. 857 with the hair. Look at that. You look professional.
Yeah.
Hold on
But
one
we should
second.
put on our screens too, or do you?
I'm gonna share it right now.
I'll go over here on this.
Drop it on. See, there's my twin right there. Look at this. Unbelievable. I can't help it with the picture. It just. Oh, hold on.
If you're having anything, I can always put a screen share up.
Yeah, let me see how it runs. Let me see.
I
how
got
this runs.
it up if you ever want.
Okay.
Or yours. Put yours up. Oh, we got it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I'm trying.
It's perfect.
Oh, this damn laptop is just like, screw you, buddy.
Close the chat too. It'll be full. Yeah, perfect. Boom. So is there volume?
I'm looking. I did the.
They're like,
You must not have clicked. Oh yeah, I hear it.
Like I can just see myself jumping over a rattlesnake or getting like my knee amputated from a venomous bite. So
Yes,
I
definitely.
would have to get rattlesnake boots, and I don't know where to even go to find those things. I guess
You
the
can get
store-
guards
A
too.
new picture of Tommaso they found. Look at that.
It's the strange.
Oh,
He's the last person publicly seen with Nancy Guthrie.
Look at
Chris, I'm
that.
running for a coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
Kidnappings,
Okay.
83 to 85%. Family or someone so close to the family is involved. I also,
He looks.
someone
mean.
also sent me
In that picture, he looks like.
his
Oh my
band,
god.
Early Black, which I feel like, if the law enforcement says publicly that, that the family's not involved, you got to look at the spear outside the family, people associated to people. Someone shared some information with last year.
Thank
In
you,
the
AJ.
fall of last year, his band, Early Black, played at this club Congress in downtown Tucson, which is kind of like an edgy spot. Sleuth Intuition said he would be going there outside there, but it appears his band had played there in August of last year. Early Black.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Early Black. I heard some of their tunes. They kind of have that grunge music of the 90s.
Yeah. I don't
Maybe
say
not.
like Nirvana, but
Maybe Chris Cornell. Or I guess not that good, but yeah.
Hmm.
so is your plan to go out there? 'Cause I am not. I have made the decision. Listen, I have family members. I guess my shout out to my family that watch. They were watching me last night, late night. Guess what? I get a text at like 12 a.m., 12:30. Do not go there. It's a trap. It's a setup. Don't go there.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't want to spend the 4th of July in legal trouble.
Nope.
Um,
I wouldn't go. Definitely not.
I don't know.
It's a
Just to be
it's a
safe.
trap. It's a setup. So I
Look at
The
him.
guy, yeah.
Look at he looks
I'm gonna get this
completely
I'm gonna get this
different.
up here too, and
I like his shades though.
Outside, Bree.
Black. So this was the band Tommaso and his band.
So we'll play it again. Shibby, are you here? Or are you still getting coffee? Still getting coffee. Okay. But yeah, I think with what they did to Juanita and changing her charge, which blows my mind. How do you go from a parking ticket to, what they call it? I can never remember what they call their charges. Not disturbing the peace, but what was it called?
Oh God, what is that?
Yeah, public nuisance or whatever. How
Yeah.
do you go from a parking ticket to public nuisance? I don't understand that actually.
I don't understand why they didn't just throw them all out, to be honest.
And
you know,
to be honest, if they were able to change these things from a parking ticket to the public nuisance, that tells me that the attorney's on board. It doesn't tell me that the attorney gave up,
yeah.
because she's the one that's going to be like, you're changing it from what to what? And that just tells me that, hey, looks like she's going to be on board with this whole thing, and they may have a fight on their hands. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, how do you do that? How do you change it?
You know, can they do that? Well, they did. It's like they can do anything they want there.
Well, that's the problem. This is the problem. This is why I said the other day, it starts at, obviously in the past, it started with the below Sheriff Nanos working its way up. This guy was crooked. This guy was crooked. He's crooked. The attorney's crooked. This judge is in the pocket. The next judge. Where does it end? And if you can tell me that they can go from, hey, you were parked on the side of the road, but now you have a felony charge of, public nuisance. Wait a minute. Is that even legal? How do you do that?
She's, yeah, they can do that. I've seen it done before where they make it into a lesser charge. They say basically, a speeding ticket is, let's say, a moving violation, obviously. Let's say a parking is a parking violation. I don't know how they just pick and choose what they want. I mean, like I said, they needed to just get rid of all these charges, because they really are all within the same, if you will. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're giving a public nuisance to Juanita now from a parking ticket, when in reality everybody else was parked in the past, and even some currently people were parked down the road during that time. If you remember, there was a party going out. They
took friggin' Ubers, and the other one comes in on his scooter. They did everything the police asked. The sheriff's asked. Don't park here anymore. Okay. They got parking in some of the neighbor's house. Great. They parked down.
So you're not covering this, guys? This is breaking news, isn't it?
I took mine off because it was buffering.
Okay.
So I put yours on. Can you just make it big?
It's on.
Banfield came out.
What's on mine?
We were talking anyways. I had muted mine anyway. Mine's buffering.
Whitney.
So, like I said, they did everything the sheriff's asked.
On the ranch,
they took Ubers, they took scooters. JLR walked. I don't know how far that walk is. A mile, a little under a mile.
Because
they did it all.
Yeah.
They stayed on the side of the road. They took down their tents. They did every single thing by what they told them to do. And yet, we're still sitting here.
Knowing where it's at.
Oh, Tucson's just going to keep it here while he's going in.
Wow.
Weird. Okay.
Flicker Fade says, I agree that Tucson is playing games with people, adding charges, making them up as they go. I wouldn't come here, JLR. Good decision. The Flicker Fade looking out.
Yep. It's a smart decision. Yeah. It definitely, when we were talking to that one guy that couldn't refer us to anybody, but I'd be really curious to talk to Ketterberg or Zetterberg tonight or today and just hear him out, because I'm picking up a prescription, but then I'm going to get stationary in the parking lot, and then I will, I'll give him a call.
Prescription.
I have a really bad,
not to be too intrusive with your.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I have so I jog a lot, and I have a torn meniscus. So I'm just picking up high grade ibuprofen. That makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, what do you?
Sure he is.
Just hang on, please.
That's a good excuse, I guess. Right? If there's something to just say.
Shibby, what'd you do to this guy?
I don't know.
I
don't recognize.
Sorry, wait. I have to give my.
Does he always have that gap in his front teeth?
Oh, you're at you're at CVS.
Look at he's
He's
covering his
whispering.
mouth. Yes, I need this.
Picking up medication.
He kills me, man. He keeps the day going, man. He makes me laugh so much. Love this guy.
You muted what you were asking for.
No, it's my insurance information and everything. I can't.
Well, I need insurance, so unmute yourself.
Love
Oh
it.
my god, too funny. But
Yeah. What can he? What is he?
I'm still confused at how they can change those
What is he
those
getting?
tickets.
800.
not
It's
that
not
confusing,
something.
really.
It's not something you want to do. You know.
No, but they can
That's what I'm
upgrade
saying. You think this
because
is really
I don't want to
for
comment too
me?
much, but they can upgrade anytime.
Yeah. Well,
The
I was hoping
prosecutors
to
can
get
decide.
Excuse me.
I was hoping to get Ted in here so because I didn't watch the live last night with
What it is.
with Juanita and them and JLR because they were all talking about it and Juanita was explaining, but Ted was there.
Sent it over. 1 second.
I wanted Ted to explain to us what had happened.
For your knee?
Yeah, it's
So-
like 500. You know, it's like the extreme Tylenol.
Shibby, can you do me a favor? Can you
Yes.
drop that video JLR for a few? I want
yep.
to bring up another video here.
Oh,
So
you want-
this-
oh yeah. I'll take my screen share down.
All right,
Yep,
you'll
yep.
be
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
It's removed.
All right,
There you
cool. So there is some new evidence from AB on her video. I'm going to play it for a few. Something about an eerie Apple Watch location raises new questions in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping mystery. So let's check this out for a few minutes anyways, because now I'm curious. And one of my very, very important sleuths found this and gave me a heads up. So thank you very much. Let's see what we got here. See what it says.
On the Nancy Guthrie investigation, I keep having to do the math here just because it's so unbelievable. Day 149 since Nancy Guthrie vanished, and I'm recording this on Monday, June 29th. So a couple of things that have dripped and drabbed out, but I think they're really big. And that is that it's becoming evident now because CBS has released information about the first ransom note. And it's becoming evident now, according to CBS, that first ransom note included a detail. You've heard this before about Nancy Guthrie's Apple Watch, but what you may not have heard before was what the details actually were about the watch. We all assumed, yeah, okay, of course, she's got an Apple Watch. We all have Apple Watches. Yeah, sure, it's in her bedroom. No, it's a lot more specific than that. It's, in fact, an Apple Watch with a white band that was on her floor, on the floor of her bedroom. That is very specific, very significant. First of all, I'm trying to wrap my head around why an Apple Watch would be on the floor. I don't think there's a whole bunch of us among us right now who would charge our Apple Watches on the floor of our bedroom, let alone an 84-year-old woman who you would think would have it on her nightstand. Did it get knocked onto the floor? Was there a struggle that knocked the watch onto the floor? And that's what the kidnappers wrote. And that may be why the FBI and the Guthrie family are taking the first two ransom notes seriously. The first two, of course, if you get confused, you're forgiven. There's a lot. The first two notes that came in, first one came to TMZ and two local Tucson TV stations. The second note came into one of those two Tucson TV stations. And the second one was the one saying, sorry, something went sideways. We underestimated Nancy Guthrie's health and she died. And for that, we are sorry. And she's buried with nature. So
Chris, I'm going to dip out because I got to cover Ted here. So they're going.
we have your mother.
They're going in
Samantha.
now. So I'll see you guys after, I guess. All right. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna end this so I can do a stream of Ted and them. So thanks.
Okay.
I'll see you guys afterwards. We'll plan for next weekend for sure.
Okay.
Sounds good. Next
Sounds
Tuesday.
good.
Awesome, guys. It's been a blast. See you after.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right,
later.
my man. Thanks. Bye.
we have your mother. For $4 million, we'll give her back. If you miss a deadline, we go to a second deadline and we up the price to $6 million. And the wording is quite specific. The person who has the most specific wording, Brianna Whitney, who is a reporter for Crime Junkie, the podcast. She used to work for Arizona Family. It owns 2 TV stations in Tucson. So she is directly connected. She also broke a lot of news on the Nancy Guthrie story. She is going to join me shortly to talk about all of the things that she knows. She has seen the wording of this second ransom note, the one that had the apology. And lest you wonder, here is what Brianna has actually reported about the wording. She said, the note said, quote, "We never intended to hurt her in all of this," meaning they never intended to hurt Nancy Guthrie. Well, what did they expect was going to happen if you take a 84-year-old woman out of her bed in the middle of the night, breaking into her home dressed like that? What do you expect? In any case, Brianna Whitney says this note went on to say, "We never intended to hurt her in all of this. She perished shortly after she was taken." Perished. Weird wording. "She was buried with nature." Also weird wording. I have said multiple times, I think this sounds like it's a translation, someone who doesn't speak English as a first language. It went on to say, according to Brianna, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. And the last thing that Brianna said the wording of the second ransom note had in it was, "We are truly sorry." Brianna's did amazing reporting. She was out front and ahead all the way through those first unbelievable 2 months of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Been a couple of other things that have broken as well here on day 149. I want to get you up to speed on some of them. It should be noted that CBS has done some really good reporting on this story, and just in the last couple of days broke the story of how the ransom note actually started off, how it was written. And right off the top, the chilling words, "Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy." I mean, I just was stopped cold when I read that. I assumed maybe the note said something like that, but then seeing it in writing, and imagine if you are Savannah, and imagine if you are the Guthrie family reading that. It's also really surprising to me that it's taken this many weeks, months, we're at 5 months, in order for us to learn that. The notes and the information and the details all starting to sort of eke out now. And some other details as well. I feel like I almost missed this detail, and it's worth repeating because Howard Bloom from Airmail, he's got a publication called Airmail, he also reported something last week that was pretty interesting about the first ransom letter that was sent to the TV stations and to TMZ. And Howard Bloom says that that letter, that email, that correspondence, it actually detailed the terms for an exchange. So I don't know if that just means said the amount of money or actually laid out the logistics of how this is going to go down. Because if that's the case,
I never heard that before.
Me neither.
That there was details for an exchange.
I never heard that either.
Remember what we said yesterday on our live? This gets weirder and weirder every day.
It's just so everybody, look, in my opinion, Harvey should have just sent all the notes straight to the FBI, because what's happening is you're having so many different people with these notes, and not just Harvey, even the TV stations, they're having so many different versions of this type of communication that it just doesn't make any sense. Everything is so combobulated where nothing makes sense,
Right.
It's just I think it defeats the purpose.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And there's no reason for it.
No.
You have Harvey Levin saying one thing, you got Ashley saying another, you got others saying another. It's like, well, who in the hell? And we go back as streamers, we go back and we read all this stuff, and we run with somebody's what they found out, only to find out that somebody else has something different. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It just looks so everything. That's why it's so important that at the very beginning, everything is done accordingly. At the very beginning, you know, at the house when Nancy was taken, because when things are all over the place, and you can attribute this to Nanos as well. You know, here's a guy that confused everybody by everything he said for the most part.
Right.
It's just very frustrating.
It is.
You know,
Every day there's a new piece of the puzzle, and you could have put the puzzle together probably the second week of all this happening.
Absolutely.
You know, the first week you do what you got to do. You get the ransom notes. You do what you're going to do at the beginning. They're going to try to pick it all apart, see if they can locate this person before they do anything.
Right.
Second week, bang, here's your money. Where's my mother?
You know, and this Chris is a fault of, I think, of everybody as far as, you know, the powers to be, the FBI not letting them release, if they didn't let them release the information to a certain extent that wouldn't have compromised the case. It would have just gave more information to make sense of the case. You know what I mean? And so even Pima County, you know, all this misinformation that Nanos does, you know, it's, you know, whether he says, you know, I think it's this. Well, I think it's that. Well, that I think doesn't fly, you know, because, you know, it's like either you know or you don't. Either it is or it's not, you know.
Right.
And I think that's what's happened here. So anymore, it seems like anything you say, you have to now say, you know, I got this information from so and so. However, so and so over here says something a little different. You know, it's just the bad news bears of this coverage as a whole, and as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I don't know. I don't know. Just every day I hear something new, and it's like, God, you could have ended this every day. Oh God, you could have ended it there. Oh, you could have ended it on this day. It just doesn't seem or feel like they want it to end, because that's why I kept saying all along, it just seems like they're covering it up. And at the beginning, obviously a cover up is going to be one huge lie, because that's how you cover it up. And I've said this since day one. And the if it is a cover up, the first lie came out. Hey, mom's missing. You know, blah, 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 blah. The cops are here. They're figuring everything out, blah, 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 blah. The next day, same type of thing. But what they didn't expect was every news company in the country to show up in front of her house and build a new little area.
Right.
And then they were like, okay, goddamn, we got to keep it going now. Right. Okay. So here's the next thing. And as they're doing this, they're like, all right, they'll start to go away. They'll start to flow out, and, you know, it'll die up. Didn't happen. They just stayed. And then I think where, you know, okay, they kept it going and they have to keep it going. And then it came down to where the big people left. And I feel like, they didn't expect the streamers to still be here too.
Right.
And then they stayed and they stayed and they stayed and they never left. And they're like, oh crap, what do we do? And now it's so huge now. What do? Say, oh, well, you know, no, you got to keep it going and hope that it dies out.
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole problem with everything. Do you think this case is going to get solved anytime soon? What's your opinion?
You asking me?
I'm asking you.
Do I think it's going to get solved anytime soon?
And if not, why not?
I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, because if it's a cover up, then it's not gonna get solved, because nobody wants to get in trouble. Because if you find out who it is, you know, say it is the family, just say, right? what are they going to do? They're going to be like, all right, well, hey, it was us, and then everybody in the family is going to go to jail because this is huge. And if the sheriff helped them, this is what I said from the beginning, because a lot of people said the sheriff's involved. That's the sheriff on the front porch. Do you really think? I know he's crooked, and I probably asked you this before. I know he's crooked, but do you really think this guy would be sitting there in his office? I just hung up with Savannah Guthrie. They want me to cover this up. If I get caught, I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life. I'm not buying that. Really, I'm not buying that. I understand that he's crooked, and I understand that he was in trouble, and he probably could have did some time, but I don't think he's getting involved in something like that to say, no way. Sorry, I don't like the guy. I think he's a complete clown, but I don't think he's that stupid. And you can't tell me a guy with 50-something years in the police business doesn't know what he's doing. His guys below him, they may not know what they're doing, but he knows what he's doing. I mean, I think any single person in our chat right now could walk into that house and be like, shit, this looks like a crime. There's blood. Look at the floor.
Without a doubt.
And be like, wait a minute, something is going on here. I mean, that's not rocket science, right? I mean, I'm not digging out. I'm not saying anything about myself or anybody. I mean, it's common sense. And you can't tell me he doesn't have common sense in a crime scene. Even the people below him, there's common sense. You can't tell me they're all that stupid. It just doesn't make sense, right? Again.
Right. I mean, I agree. I don't think that he per se, I honestly don't think that he's going to risk it all, especially knowing that he's under the microscope and all eyes are on him. I don't believe he's involved in any of that. I think what's happened is his incompetence. Incompetence. Now, do I think he's a good sheriff? Well, that's the eye of the beholder, right? But the incompetence of the lack of maybe understanding how, I've seen people with a lot of years in law enforcement that they just got through the climbing the ladder just by going with the flow, and then they finally get to that point, and now when it really goes to what kind of leader is that person, well, you don't see it because he just kind of went through the flow. He really never really adapted to anything. I've seen that before. So it's not like anything crazy. What really bothers me is that in this, Nanos has 50 plus years, and you can't know 101 investigations. Now you have to understand he doesn't do the investigations. In all fairness, it's the detectives that do it, but he puts those detectives in those positions. So if they're not necessarily strong or qualified to hold that, why put them there and put your name on the line? Because at the end of the day, everything's going to come back to Nanos at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. So why put I don't get it. Go ahead.
No, and I just think that it's not going to be solved anytime soon if it's a cover-up. If it's a legit kidnapping and the notes are legit and all that stuff and it's on the books, then I think it should be, I think they'll solve it within this year, right? I think it may take them some time because obviously whoever's sending those ransom notes, whether they're legit or fake, whatever, they know what they're doing because they would have already had them, right? They would have already tracked this person. So this guy or lady, whatever, they know what they're doing when it comes to tracking somebody's IP address, right? I mean, with a little bit of work, I could hide my IP address and it would take them, not too long with my stupidity, but I could hide it for a few days anyways, just enough to get to Ohio for you to hide me out. But, that's my thought on that. I mean, who do I think? Like I said earlier, if it's legit, then all of them together as a whole will figure out the case. And what the streamers are doing is going to help. And what Chris is doing from the interview room, that's going to help.
Yes.
And again, it was so low key. And then all of a sudden, Chris showed up on the scene and everything kind of blew up, right? The following day, this comes out, that comes out, all this is coming out. Now we know that it's not just Nanos that's crooked. His guy in charge of, the criminal division, whatever it is, all of a sudden this guy has a new name. Wait a minute. He was fired on his old name and he came back as one of the bosses under a new name. Well, so, and here's my question. Is that new name legitimate? I mean, it's got to be attached to a social security number. So either his parents separated, he took his mother's name the first time, took his dad's, or vice versa. That's the only way I can see him, unless they're really, really crooked. But, I mean, come on. And then you find out the attorney is just the same as them. And then,
it's the bad news bears all over again, man.
And that's what sucks, right? I mean, that's, because if this is legit, it makes it that much worse that if it is legit, that this is how they're taking care of this case and this is how they're dealing with the family. If this is all straight up and it comes to find out that it was a regular kidnapping and, the sheriff, the courts, everybody down there better freaking apologize and give them, I don't know what they would have to do, because if it was me and it was legit, after all this, I'd be suing every goddamn person in Arizona.
That's probably exactly what's going to happen if they do it right. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, you're talking my mother. Like, you can have my kids, but my mother, no way. Sorry.
Marianne has a question. If Savannah and Cameron know what happened and his family, would they be in trouble too? Let me read that again. Question: if Savannah and Cameron know what happened and it is family, would they be in trouble too? Absolutely.
Yeah, they're accessories right then. They should have spoke up at the beginning, right?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. They're going to be an accessory to the crime.
And I don't care if they all four of those people knew, and I hope to God they don't. I hope to God it wasn't nothing to do with the family. That's what I'm praying for. But if it is, all of them better go to jail right away. I mean, don't even have a trial, just lock them up. See,
even if it's not accessory, they could charge them with interfering with the case. You know what I mean? In other words, not giving information that you have. So it's going to be one of the two, but they are going to be held liable as well if they knew about it and didn't say nothing, without a doubt.
And if it is that, and they go to court in Pima County, you never know. They could change all the charges from tampering with the case to you're getting the death penalty, because they seem like they can do anything now, and it's just like it's totally. I mean, again, like I said yesterday, there's this much of me that is hoping, for some odd reason, that she's alive, right? And that brings to the cover-up. What was it a cover-up for? If it was a cover-up, did she get unalived? Or was this just a plea for something? I don't know. And they're hiding her. But she's alive, right? Because I don't look at the watch or the phone or the pacemaker unit that's at the house, or whatever she left there. her medications. Medications can be gotten. The cell phone can be gotten. The watch can be gotten. And the pacemaker thing, yeah, hey, doc, look who we're talking about in the family, right? I mean, your money's going to buy you whatever the hell you want. Hey, doc, the unit that attaches to the thing broke, fell on the floor, smashed. I need another one. Great. Never hooked it up until now because you need it. So, I mean, there's lots of things to put together there that all that stuff that she left behind, that means nothing.
Right.
And it's always been my opinion on, all right, great. If there's video from inside, why don't we have it? Because it doesn't show anything. It just shows people walking around the house.
Right.
And here's the other thing, and I don't think we've ever discussed this, but so that video out front with the guy on the porch, he took that thing off the wall, right? Which is great and everything. But it didn't stop recording.
Right.
So unless he smashed it on the ground out front. But he didn't do that.
Right.
Because there would be pieces everywhere.
Right.
So he took that. So there's video of him leaving. So, and like I told people before, dog, a while ago, I don't think I ever told you, but a while ago, there was some Amazon packages that were missing.
Right.
And we had a camera out front, we had the Ring. And I was like, all right, I don't have a subscription, so we're probably shit out of luck. You know what I mean? So, filed a report. They said, well, just call Google just in case. All right, yeah, I'll just try. Man, that doesn't stop recording because you don't have a subscription. I'll tell you that right now. They were able to pull it all up, and I saw the people that took it and everything. So you don't get it because you don't pay for it. But when you go to them and say, hey, look, there was a robbery or a break-in, they can help you out because they helped us out. So it's there.
Then the other thing is, does it even have any voice recognition, right? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Even hearing volume. So even if the individual took it, you would hear if in fact you were saying something, and everything went probably wrong. So therefore, they're all fucking screaming and yelling.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, if anybody in this chat, if you're sitting here saying that, hey, this is probably not a cover-up, rewind a little bit of what we just said and listen to it straight through, all right? Because it makes a lot of sense. This all points to a cover-up for me, right? We'll run through it real quick one more time. What do we know? Missing person on the steps. That's all we know. That's it. There's nothing else. There's some blood. Do I think the blood was real? No, I think the blood was planted there because that's very simple. Cover up. There's no video past what they showed us on the guy out front. There's more video because he didn't smash that thing and off he went. So there's video of him walking further away. Is there video from the pool house? Couldn't tell you because they didn't tell us. Is there video from in the house? They said yes, but we don't know because we didn't see anything. Why not? Because there's nothing to see. Again, like I just covered, everything that she left behind is replaceable and gettable. You're a millionaire. I can get you whatever you need. Done. So now here we are. 5 months later, tomorrow is 5 months, I believe, right? 5 months tomorrow. Yeah, first month.
Tomorrow,
first of the day. And what do we have? Can anybody tell me? We have nothing. We have a missing lady and a picture from the front. What happened in the last, 3-4 weeks? Chris McDonough takes the interview room and they go to Arizona and they bust out all this information that we had no idea about. This guy's got different names. The attorney's in trouble. She's got all kinds of problems. Chris Nanos is a complete fool. The deputies could have stood up for their rights with what they took an oath for. Did they? No, they didn't. Are they afraid? Probably because they don't want to be, let go or put in trash duty or wherever. And now where do we sit here? He's still missing, and there was a guy on the front steps. So where do we coming back to?
Well, let's even let me break this down even a little bit more. So the cover up. So we know that Nanos has them searching for less than 2 days and then releases and then calls them back to stop the search. Then Nanos releases the house within 2 days back to the family. We know from Sergeant Cross that he was putting pressure on the investigators to go ahead and give the house back to the family. So they do, okay? And then now it's being talked about and very well said that they're going to lose a lot of evidence because of the contamination, or as they would call it in law enforcement terms, fruit of the poisonous tree. In other words, they can't get any information after that second day unless they had someone there the whole time. So it's going to be very sticky for them to have that information. So then you ask the question, why did Nanos do that? Did he do that purposely, knowing that after giving the house back and then coming back 2 days later and taking the house again, that none of that information would come to surface anyway? So you look at all these dynamics and you ask the question, why? Cajun Navy comes in, EquiSearch comes in, they want to help search, and they're told no. Why? It's free. It doesn't cost you anything.
Nope.
You know? So I get it. We can surmise some things to say that maybe it's because, you know, they knew that she was unalive because of the first note. They took that as serious. That is most likely. Doesn't really matter. The idea is that if anything, you want to make sure that you give the family the idea that they're getting a service well done. In other words, you know what I mean? That you care about her mom, so you're going to look everywhere for her. That's the whole point. You know, even if you think that something is not looking good, you still do make the effort because, you know, it goes a long way with the family, any family. So, I mean, when you start looking at all that, then it starts to make sense that could there something be nefarious going on? And of course, you look at the pattern, and yes, how does anybody not think something's not being done wrong? You know?
Yeah.
So the dynamics are all there, in all honesty, you know. And once again, it's all self-inflicted wounds. In other words, this department did it to themselves. Nanos did it to himself. No one else did it, you know.
No.
So yeah, I mean,
not at all.
Makes no freaking sense.
And you know what else keeps replaying in my head is the first thing he said was, "Oh, the house was spotless." Remember that? The house was spotless inside.
Yes.
And then the second thing he said, "Hey, when I got there, oh boy, I knew something was wrong inside." Okay, which is it? Was it spotless, or was it enough to say crime scene? So what is it? So I mean, and no answering to that, because he doesn't answer to anything.
Right.
And you know something, and you know, I heard, and I've been saying this, I was like, you know, the way that the sheriffs work and the way they get elected and stuff, to me, I don't know. That seems, I mean, it's the way it's been done forever. They're an elected official, but I mean, 9,000 of the sheriffs in the country are gonna probably hate me, and I'll probably have a warrant for my arrest too. But I think they should change the way that they do it, because from what I heard yesterday from Chris on the lab, there is 500 sheriffs in Texas.
Wow.
500. And they're all elected officials.
Yeah.
So you can't remove them. Either continue to do it the way it is, or give a back door to the governor. Because, and I'm not saying there's every 10,000 sheriffs in this country, or however many they are, there's probably a lot more. They're not all crooked.
No.
Is there a few that are crooked? I'm sure.
Probably.
This guy doesn't deserve to be anything. He doesn't deserve to be a deputy. He doesn't deserve to work for 911. He doesn't deserve to hang up the deputy's clothes in the locker room. Get out, man. Get out. You don't belong there. And it has nothing to do with this case. It has to do with what he did in Texas.
Yes.
Dude, you had 37 suspensions. Who is the freaking idiot that hired this guy in Arizona? Right?
And real quick, let me ask this question for Marion. Besides the family, who do you think LE would cover up for?
Besides the family?
Yeah.
At this point, I think he'd cover up for anybody.
Absolutely. Well said, because that's what I say. Anybody that was involved that he could have been involved with. Yeah, I mean, it's open-ended because they're all affiliated in some way or another. You know, it's like they all seem to know one or the other, right?
They're all connected somewhere.
Let's face it, the supposedly gambling, whatever gambling operation that Nanos has, well, that's not like they're going to bring a lot of honest Joes to the party. Let's be honest.
No.
Right? Come on, it's a quick fix. Oh my Lord!
You know the other. I took a breath, AJ. Thank you. What really sets things off for me too, the way I look at it for a crooked sheriff. What would you do around you to make it Pima County and Pima County only? I don't want nobody. You would make enemies with Pinell County on your right, and you would make enemies with Tucson on your left, and then whoever the hell is on your, we got east and west sides. One of them's an Indian reservation on one side, and I believe there's another one on the far right side. That's another small Indian reservation. And what did he accomplish? He did it all. Pinell, they can't stand him. They told freaking Juice live on the thing when Juice was getting arrested.
Yeah.
Well, his ticket. And then Tucson with Chris is like, and he's not talking to anybody. He's talking to people on the Tucson Police Department. They haven't reached out to us. They're not going to say on an email or a text message, we don't like them. But you know why they haven't reached out to him, because they don't want to. They don't want to reach out to him because they don't like him. And obviously that's the way he likes it. So who are you going to ask for help? They didn't ask for any help. He didn't call anybody.
Well, and no one's going to come to their aid because the Nanos is ostracizing everybody and making everybody else look bad, right? So he's making everybody look like they don't know what the hell's going on. Right. And that's got to be frustrating with all the other sheriffs, without a doubt. No doubt about it. So therefore, you don't ask for any help. I mean, I've said it before. I would have asked help from the local PDs. I would have asked help from surrounding areas. I would have asked help from the Arizona Highway Patrol. I would have asked help from the FBI. They all would have paid. They all would have played a role in trying to solve this whole case. But because he didn't want anybody's help, because probably there'd be too much digging behind the scenes, he didn't want anything, possibly, in my opinion, to come out.
And so I got two things, right? How can you tell me, not you, but Arizona, how can you tell me that nobody can do nothing to the sheriff in Pima County at all? Don't the state police have freaking jurisdiction everywhere in Arizona? That's why they're called the state police.
Right. I mean, technically, yes.
The state police in Massachusetts, they have jurisdiction in every single town, city in Massachusetts. They can go and do anything they want. They don't run in here and take over stuff, but they have jurisdiction everywhere. So how can the state police not come into Pima County and be like, hey, well, we have jurisdiction everywhere, so we're going to come in and help you. That should be allowed. I don't see any reason that you can tell them no. You're the state goddamn police. Either they don't like him and they're not going to give his ass a chance either, or he's in with somebody in the state police. That's all I can think of, because there's no way you can't say that they can't come in here. The second thing, if you're the sheriff and you're covering this case and you have any detective that you have in your department to send in there, and, your head detective is Chris McDonough. I'm the rookie that's been there for 3 days. Who you picking? You picking me or Chris? You're picking Chris McDonough.
Right.
Why?
Well, because he's got all the knowledge, the hookups, the experience, and so forth. Yes.
Perfect. If you picked me, I'd be like, what are you, dumb? What did he do? He sent the lead guy there that has never, ever handled a homicide in his life. Why? Why did he do that? You could have sent somebody that had some. My theory? Because he didn't want that guy that was like, he's all nervous and shit, standing there like, oh, what am I going to do? Say, what do I do? What do I do? He didn't find nothing. He didn't know what to do. If you sent Chris, he'd have been like, look at this, look at that, grab that, grab this, do this, take a footprint, grab that, get the. Doesn't it all fit together, people? We're talking about, again, there's two things. It was legit or it was a cover-up. Everything fits to a cover-up. Nothing on this case fits to a kidnapping to me. Like crime scene stuff. Anything else. Because there is nothing else.
I mean, it's a good point. And, some of the reasons why, and if you remember, Chris from the interview room said this, everybody thinks right away when you hear the word FBI that they know everything about everything in the criminal world. And that's not true.
They don't know how to do homicides.
They don't know how to do homicides. They don't know how to handle domestics. They don't know how to handle any type of burglary. Why? No. Because it's not in their repertoire. Okay.
No, they don't do it.
Right. Just like the State Highway Patrol, no one does more accidents than the State Highway Patrol. No one writes more tickets than the State Highway Patrol. So that's their forte. So I don't see really the idea that everybody thinks because the FBI, what it signifies, Federal Bureau of Investigations, that
it's not that.
No, it's not. I would take a beat officer, a guy who is a beat officer on the street.
103,000%.
The problem is, then you go back to what you said earlier. You go back to the point of, why did Nanos do this? Why did he put somebody that was so inexperienced? Okay, now listen, everybody. Why did Nanos put somebody that was so inexperienced to be in charge of investigations that he's never even handled one? And my thought is, was this a plan in the making? Just my opinion. Could it have been all a plan in the making?
Yeah.
Let's get rid of all the knowledgeable people. Let's clean house. Let's get rid of every person that could cause us some issues. And then was this a plan in the making? I'm just saying, asking the question that a lot of people really want to know. Because in my opinion, I mean, you can't take that off the table.
No, because everything points to it. Everything points to the cover-up, even right from the get-go, from who's on the case to now who's not on the case, and everything in between. Family, questionable, big time. If you don't question the thought of A&T being involved. Well, then why are they making themselves look so guilty?
Right.
And like anybody in this chat, anybody that can hear me around my neighbors, because I'm yelling now. Nobody's speaking. Nobody's doing anything. Zero. There's no looking. And I'm only talking about law enforcement. I'm not talking about the streamers that are out there doing the footwork. They are boots on the ground. These guys, AJ, whichever one, AJ, the ones that are going to the park, two of them, giving out water, giving out cigarettes, trying to get some information. Nick, they're doing more work than anybody. And they're doing the police job. They're doing the police's job, the sheriff's job. And they're taking their own lives into account. Not only going to the park where, you know, one of those people that are down there, whatever, they could stab you or some stuff could happen. But, you know, they're doing it. And they're making the sheriff's department and any law enforcement in Pima County, which is only the sheriff, look stupid. And you can't be upset that Chris McDonough is backing the streamers. Because what most people don't remember, Chris and his team are amazing.
Yeah.
And they're not law enforcement anymore. Do you want me to remind you what they are? They're streamers. They're streamers.
Yes, absolutely.
But they do tenfold everything because they have the is it the Missing Kids Foundation or they run a foundation, and they actually go out still and look and interview. They're working on a ton of cases. And you know, this guy, those people are amazing. And again, they're streamers. So when you're bad-mouthing all the streamers out there, respectfully, you're bad-mouthing Chris and them too.
Well, the other thing they bring, Chris, the other thing they bring too is they bring so much experience on the inside.
Yeah.
And that's priceless. Look, you know, most people can talk about what they think and how they feel. But when you've actually done a lot of these cases or worked these cases, whether it's a burglary, a robbery, a attempted, homicide, whatever, when you do these things, that gives you an insight on how that game is played, if you will. And I use the word game as an analogy. It's how it's played. You understand the dynamics. You understand the rules. You understand the lays of the land. You understand what you have to do to solve this issue. The problem is that a lot of people don't understand that. So when you attack a streamer, any streamer, yes, Chris, the interview room is a streamer as well. But on top of that, he does have experience in law enforcement that puts him on a little higher level, if you will. And that's just
very high.
That just goes, that would be like if we were watching and talking about a cooking channel, right?
Yeah.
Unless you were a chef, if a chef came in, you're not going to tell him how to cook. You're going to take notes, right? You're going to tell him to take notes because he knows how to cook. He's a chef. Right. So it just, I think that everybody has their role. And I think when everybody realizes and understands where they are at on that level, then they'll understand why it's important. And look, when I first heard Chris come out and he started to go ahead and defend the streamers, I was happy because it told me that he was going to go, not that he's not pro cop, but he was going to go against the grain, not just because he's a streamer, but because he knows what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Simple as that.
And, like I'm just going to, to jump on your back with this one, like what he brings to the table in his panels, and even if he's talking alone and it's just him and Karen's smarter than she's forgotten more stuff than I'll ever know. She's amazing at what she does.
Absolutely.
Amazing. She's been everything. She was a lawyer at some point of something, I think they said, but she was, she was everything. The journalist, and she was the information officer for, I don't know what department, but
POI. She was a POI.
yeah, she knows everything, and she's amazing. Hello, Dennis. And, all of his people on that show are all retired. His boss is on that show.
Yeah.
Bob is his old boss.
Yes,
And
exactly.
Chris was, I got to remember which Chris I'm talking about. Don't say the wrong Chris. There's too many damn Chris's. Chris Nanos, Chris McDonough, Chris me. So he was a street cop, obviously, to begin with. He was the homicide detective. He was a hostage negotiator. And Bob was a hostage negotiator, which was when he was his boss and in the homicides. Right. And then the other guy, John, I think it's John, the other older guy that's retired.
Yeah.
He went through that FBI training and stuff. He's got the yellow brick up behind him and stuff like that. Let me tell you something. The information that those guys have, we ain't even like cracked a little piece of everything that they know. He's telling us stories last night. Chris was on the lab. And if you guys haven't checked out the lab, check out the lab show. It's really, really good. And, and they brought this up, what we just discussed, the FBI. And not one of them said, no, I wouldn't call the FBI. The only reason I would call the FBI is for their resources. That's it. That's what the FBI is for. Their researchers. They have the people that can track all the phone stuff. They have all the computer people, the money people, the everything, the auditing people. They have the forensic labs, the forensic machines. They have everything. They have field stuff that they can bring out. And look it, we said this the other day, but if there's anybody in here that missed it, well, rewatch the lab from last night. You'll be amazed at what Chris and Bob say. We talked about this the last time. If the FBI was brought in, day 2, day 3, whatever. They said it was day 4, but like we said earlier, day 1 and 1.5, I'm giving them a pass on because it was a missing person. Until that blood was found, it was a missing person, right? So as soon as the FBI comes in, they're bringing everything. Every single day, there would have been these massive camper buses there with all the communications and stuff. There'd have been planes, helicopters. They would have had everything, right? They would have had the ground. You remember we talked about the planes, the helicopters that can scan through the ground like 20 feet down and see if there's any disturbance or if anything that looks like a body or anything. They have all that. You could have had all that. But, which brings me right back to they didn't want all that. Because in my opinion, there ain't nothing to find.
Yeah.
Because it was a cover-up. They know where the body is, and it's probably, if it's a body, she could still be alive and safe somewhere. And, so that just brings me back to the whole cover-up theory. And, the hair sample that is at Quantico now, the one that was rootless, and the other labs can't do the rootless hair.
Right.
It had to go to, there's only like a handful of labs in the country that can do the rootless hair.
I think there's only one.
Yeah, it might be. I think
there's only one, if I'm not mistaken, that can do it.
Quantico is going to do it. But and hello, Jamie Redder, I don't think that sample is going to bring anything back.
Well, I honestly, I don't even think Quantico can do it.
They can. Quantico can do it. They said it.
Okay, that's interesting because I thought the only place that could do it was somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, was in San Francisco. It's a company.
I think that's the only other place.
Okay.
But Quantico did get that hair sample because they were like, you could have just sent that to us from the beginning. Right. And look at, again, if from day one, if they wanted this solved, they would have sent it all to Quantico.
Right.
And if if they didn't, I mean, again, if I'm the sheriff, hey, I use the place in Florida, so I'm sending everything to Florida. I understand that. That's what you do. It's routine. You send all your evidence there. But at some point, you got to be like, then this is a big name, man. Let me just send this all to the FBI. Let me take it out of my hands, and here you go. I wouldn't want to be attached to this case right now.
Yeah.
Not at all. Federal Bureau of Investigation, but they don't investigate anything but computer crimes and presidential stuff. They don't investigate kidnappings unless it's like, you know, they'll be helping. It's a high profile, and they only help out. These people in the FBI, they don't know how to investigate deaths and stuff. That's not what they do.
No.
They don't investigate deaths, murders, kidnappings. They don't do that. So
well,
I mean,
if you think about it, Chris, if you go back and look at the Kohlberger case, and I always go back to that, what they did there was they utilized everybody's resources to their ability. They took the state patrol and said, "You guys go look for the traffic, look for this type of vehicle, look for this X, Y, and Z." Okay, and that's what they were supposed to do: keep an eye out for X, Y, and Z. When they went to the FBI, they said, "We need you guys to handle the forensics or handle the computer analysis, the phones tapping, what was calling in, what came in, all those type of things." Okay, and then when they went to all the other individuals, they did the same thing. They went to everybody had a role to play, and they took everybody's expertise. That's how a lot of this stuff was also come together, right? FBI did the forensics on the sheet of the knife that Kohlberger had. Everybody played their role, but see, that's not what happened here.
No.
Okay, Nano said no to nobody.
Exactly.
And you asked me before a while back, what would be the one thing you would have done? And I said I'd call the FBI from the get-go.
Yeah. And that's what the interview room said, and that's what they said on the lab. What's the first thing you would have done? We obviously the first thing you go to the house. Oh man, something doesn't look right. FBI, they're just bringing in resources, and one of their major resources is the amount of people that they could have had at that house in a matter of an hour or two. They could have flew in 500 agents. And let me ask you a question: if anybody has a different opinion on the FBI, when you saw the FBI there, what were they doing? Let's hear this.
Honestly,
can I see your tape? They were knocking doors. Yeah. They ain't looking because it's not what they do. And my buddy works for the FBI, and he still hasn't called me back, bastard. But I know what the FBI does, and everybody knows they don't do this. If I in the entire government, if I had the option to pick any part of the government anywhere that has to do anything with the U.S., I would pick the CIA before anybody.
Right.
That's it. But you're never going to get the CIA to come in here for this. But you know what I'm saying? Because they hunt that shit. They're looking for these people. And I'm not knocking the FBI. It's just not what they do.
Right.
I mean, the Secret Service, are you calling them? No, they don't hunt. They just protect the president when they can.
Take a bullet. That's all they do is take a bullet.
So, I mean, that's what the FBI, and somebody asked what it stood for. Well, that's what it stands for. Federal Bureau of Investigation, but not for homicides and kidnappings. They investigate computer crimes and all the stuff that we need them to do. And the labs, we need the FBI for their resources.
I would even say that the FBI does a lot of white collar crime.
Yeah, that's what they are.
That's what they really do. They focus on these big corporations, these businesses. Now they'll do all these high profile cases, and they'll do other cases that when they're called to come out and help. But that's their forte. That's their forte. Nothing else,
Right.
You want to serve papers? There's nobody else serves papers better than the freaking sheriff's department, because that's what they were founded on, serving papers.
I think That's a good point, because I don't think a lot of people understand that. Like, I think they just think, and what throws people off is because a lot of the states, they don't have police, they have sheriffs, right?
Yep.
So Massachusetts, we have Middlesex, Essex, we have 5 sheriff's departments. They do nothing here. They transport prisoners and they handle the jails. That's it. They don't drive. They don't drive around town. They don't do anything. All they do all day long is transport people to court and back.
Yep.
So, and they work details. They're allowed to work details in any of their areas, which is fine. The police, that's what they do. That's what they do here. I mean, my city, we don't even have a canine, because we did, but it got loose one day and bit somebody, so they got rid of it. But I mean, we don't have a canine, and I'm going to say the towns around me don't have canines. And, do you know where we get our canines? The Massachusetts State Police that handle the entire state, just like the Arizona State Police. I need that question answered, and I'm going to try to find out. I'm going to send it. I'm going to send an email to, I don't know, the governor's office, somebody, and be like, hey, I need to know this. Even in Pima County, you guys can't do anything. And this is where I have a problem with the governor, right? You're in charge of the state police. They work for your ass. They cover the whole state. Send them in. What are you waiting for? But I guess you can't do that.
I just read somewhere, and I don't know where it was at, but it was something about a governor here recently. They charged a sheriff and had a sheriff removed, and I forgot what exactly that was, but I just read that somewhere, and it was somewhere on the news, because I was going through information, and I saw that, and I was like, well, I mean, I guess they can go ahead. And
was that in Ohio?
It wasn't in the news of Ohio. It was in the news of the spectrum of what we're dealing with.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, like, where was that I just saw that they did an arrest on a sheriff. The governor had the sheriff arrested, and I thought it was something for, I want to say he either tried I don't quote me, but
was it Marcos Lopez?
I think that might be it.
A Skella County Sheriff Marcos Lopez arrested on Thursday and faces multiple charges linked to a major Central Florida gambling operation.
I think that's what it was.
Wow.
I think that's
See?
what it was. But a governor,
I told you there was crooked sheriffs.
the governor actually had the power to do that. And you're right when you said earlier, people don't understand how much power the sheriff has. They have a months of power, right? And the only way you can take that away is literally like on a case. That is if you go ahead and it crosses state lines, or it's something dealing, federally. Then they can come in and take the case no matter what, kind of like the Kalila situation, But
this was an organization.
Yes.
So let me just read this real quick. Attorney General James Meyer's office said Lopez engaged in the gambling operation for campaign contributions and personal payments. In total, the organization generated over $21.6 million in illicit proceeds. The Attorney General said he used his office to protect the business from law enforcement because he's the sheriff. And what can they do to the sheriff? Nothing unless
it's higher
he
up.
Breaks the law.
Right.
Which he just did. And Chris Nanos broke the law. He shouldn't be a sheriff.
Yeah, I mean,
and then the problem is the people voted him in, and well, sort of. His first time he got put in because the other guy he got let out, and then this guy came in for now. Then he had to rerun, and he got rid of the lady that was running against him, and then he won by only by 500 votes. So what does that tell you, right? And now this is what I can't understand. There's so many people that come out and talk against him in Arizona. Where are you to vote for the recall?
Yeah, exactly.
I know the recall could take a year, 2 years, whatever, but you got another 4 freaking years with this guy. How hard is it to sign the freaking thing?
Yeah.
But nobody wants to sign it because you know why? Because they don't pay attention. They don't know what's going on. Because it's not playing on the news. It's playing on streamers.
Yeah.
So if you're not watching the streamers, you're not seeing this on the news because one, Brian Enton's not going to talk bad about it because then he loses everything, right? He loses all his contacts.
Yep, absolutely.
He may ruffle the feathers a little bit, but he ain't going straight towards them. And neither is any other news place because they don't want to lose their contact. Because then that's it. You're done with him. You'll know nothing. So until people do stuff, they're going to be stuck with this these poor people in Arizona. And I feel bad for the ones that, they don't even want to be involved. But you know what? You are so involved. And, God, I hope this all comes to an end sometime and that's it. You broke the law. You're done. You're out of here. Because if they can get him on, arresting these guys illegally, he's done. He's done. You're gone. See you later. Goodbye. There's no question. You broke the law. You're gone. Bye. Have a good day. That's all they need. It'll take them, 24 hours. Bye. Nice seeing you. Where's your Corvette? You know what I mean? It's like, it's just crazy. And, I feel horrible for the boys that they had to do this, to go through this. Juice. And, Juice is the one I felt the worst for because he's just, he's had to deal with court before, he said, but nothing like this. And the arrests and he was just like he seemed like a scared little kitten puppy in the eye, like, oh my God. And then Alex, whatever. Tucson, nervous.
Yes,
but you can handle it, my dear. And I feel so bad for them because they shouldn't have to deal with this, right? They shouldn't have to, is the point. It's not that they were arrested wrong. It's just that which they were, but they shouldn't have to worry about this. This shouldn't have to lay over the head. And that's what it always is with everybody. It lays over your head, right? Oh, I got to go to court and what's going to happen? And am I going to have to pay $7,000? Are they going to arrest me in court, put me in jail for 6 months? Because you got to remember, each one of those charges for Juice and all of them, they come with jail time if they want. That's what sucks.
Yeah.
They come with jail time.
Well, it's the fear of the unknown too.
Exactly.
It's the fear of the unknown. Especially if you've never been arrested before. It's the fear of the unknown. It's oh my God, what does this really mean? It's oh my God, how do I, like you said, how do I come up with the money to like not so much defend myself because it's a small slap in the hand, is just arrestable. So you're thinking, the person's thinking, my God, like the humiliation, am I a criminal? All that stuff. And then it's just the stress. Like, all I was doing is this. Why did they, come and get me? That type of thing. And I get it. I totally get it. That's why even officers will say when another cop pulls them over and they turn on the lights right away, it's like, it's that pucker factor, right? You hurry up and you're like, oh shit, that's what happens, So
yeah,
in my opinion, that's what I see. Now there was a question here. I know Marion had asked a question earlier here about something about doesn't the let me see real quick here because I want to go ahead and get this question. So does that?
Hey, I got some news real quick, just not to cut in on you, but
go ahead.
It does look like 857's case was dismissed.
Yeah.
It does. It says that on JLR's tape on the bottom. It says breaking 857 Tucson case dismissed. So I just, before I said anything, I saw somebody put it in here. I just wanted to say, check it out and make sure it was correct info before I said it. But yeah, so congratulations to 857.
Amen, 857. Well job. Good job. Well done.
And what does that tell me now? That either the judge was like, screw that, or the attorney was like, no. Because remember, they filed his paperwork to dismiss the case last week.
Right.
So hopefully, and you know what? If they dismissed Juice's, then, if they dismissed 857, Juice needs to be dismissed too.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
He got arrested. So here's my question. Do they dismiss the first one that he got, which was the ticket, and then the second one was a ticket and arrest? So I don't know if it all flows together or if they're just like, hey.
Well, 857 technically got arrested. Now,
right, it just didn't get cuffed and put in.
Right. It was just a promise to appear. The ticket said, I will appear in court on this date, yada, yada, yada. But it is, but you're right. The juice should be thrown out as well. Honestly, I really wouldn't worry about it because if that doesn't get thrown out, you definitely have some issues. Okay?
Yeah, well, one of my sleuths in my chat over here on my wonderful mod team just said that the prosecution dismissed it.
Yeah.
So
because you got to remember the prosecutor is the one who takes the case or not.
Right.
So your prosecutor, when they bring him the case, he may say today, "Oh yeah, okay, no problem." But when he looks at it, he's going to say, he doesn't have to tell the sheriff anything. He just says,
"No,
oh hell no, I'm not doing this." And then when it comes, throws it out. And
you know what I do? What they did? I guarantee you, the first thing they did was, to look at the body cam of that sheriff and not the sheriff say, "I don't think you did anything wrong, but I was ordered to arrest you." Dismissed. See you later. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? And then the other cop that arrested, was it that one? One of the cops wrote all that down in his report. The sheriff made us do this. The sheriff.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Thank you, because dismissed. See you later. And now, so first one gone. Now let's hear all the fucking trolls come out and be like, "Oh my God, he paid them off. Get up." And then let's go so on and so on down the road. Now we got to wait till the second, right? The second for Alex and Juice. Are they both the same day? I think
the Juice is the second. I could be wrong. And I think Alex.
I know they're close, but
yeah.
Let's see what happens. That's great.
Maybe I'm getting confused with Kalela because he's the second. He's
yeah.
Kalela.
Him and the Juice are the second, I think. Because the Juice would be before. Well,
before
they were both. Well, they were both arrested the same day, though. Remember?
I think with the Juice, I think he said something about he was going to cover the court thing.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming maybe.
We'll see. That's great, though. Congratulations, Tucson. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Anybody that just popped in, Tucson's case was dismissed.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's great. So, but this is only the best. This is great. There's one for the boys, right? Yeah, Juice is the 17th. Why would Juice be after Alex? Huh. Oh, whatever. It doesn't really make a difference as long as we all know what happens the day he goes and get all things. But so crooked ass, crooked. And this is what they need. Everybody needs to be dismissed because then right after that, bang, you file your charges. I'd be suing everybody. I really would. You know what? Look at whatever it takes. When you have this type of a case against you're going to not be only against the sheriff and a couple deputies. You're suing they're all included on a case, right? And the city and the town and the state, and then it's federal. So they got to do it, because any civil rights attorney or team, you're going to have a team. You're not going to have one attorney. You're going to have a team, right? Yep. They're going to look at this and they're going to be like, huh. Oh, yeah, we're on board. We'll do this one. And then in the end, you guys can pay it. They're taking it. No doubt.
They'd be crazy not to.
No, you're going to win.
Yep, I agree.
Hey, I don't even care. This is excuse me. This is how I would say it. I'm not even looking for money. What I'm looking for is the sheriff and anybody that didn't do what they were supposed to be doing, gone. See you later. Have a good day. It was nice to know you. You'll never be a sheriff or a deputy again. I don't need the money. I mean, it would be great. I mean, shit. But, there's always going to be money. There's going to be pain and suffering and all the court costs and all that shit. Yeah, great. But we want Arizona to be run by somebody normal. And I'm sorry. I ain't bringing anybody up as sheriff in that county right now. Nobody. They're coming from somewhere else. I'll have them call you, dog. I mean, I'm not, serious though. Would you hire anybody would you promote anybody in that? I mean, I know the guys on the ground, but they still arrested them. They still had an oath that they could have stood up to.
Absolutely.
And they didn't. They chose not to. So yeah, I'm not promoting your ass either.
Nope.
It's coming out of state, or maybe somebody from, somebody from Pinellas County.
I'm getting somebody from out of the area.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know anything. You only know what you've heard.
Absolutely.
And just get Arizona, Pima County. It's not all of Arizona, I hope, but Pima County seems to be the worst of all of it. That's all we've ever heard. So yeah, they need a new sheriff, and whatever they decide to do with other people is fine, but I'm down with him being gone and everybody else being there. So did we lose you, dog? Maybe. All right, so yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back. I just lost him somewhere. Never mind. Dee Dee answered me. All right, so yeah, looks like Double D dropped off somewhere. So, but yeah, I mean, we're just really covering Nancy stuff. And again, if anybody's new into the chat, 857 Tucson's charges were dismissed. So, congratulations to Tucson. Anybody want to call in? Anybody? If you want to call in, you can just send me an email and I can, send you the link to call in. So let me just throw the email. Whoops. Let me learn how to spell first. So if anybody wants to give a jingle in, there's the email. That's the channel email. You can just send it there. Hey, look who's back. I thought you got sick of us.
No, the battery.
I was like, he left us. So, but yeah. So I just put the email in the chat. So if anybody wants to call in, just email me and I will send you the link and we can get you up in here to talk, see what you got to say. And if not, okay. But yeah, I think everything's kind of headed in the right direction if they can stop changing everybody's charges. Thank God Tucson got out before they changed his.
But here's the thing. You know who are the best trackers? It's literally someone just put something talking about the Border Patrol, but they're the best trackers that we have.
Yes, they are.
Border Patrol. I mean, so when you're looking for someone, why not get the Border Patrol out there?
Well, that's the thing.
That's how they could have called and utilized everybody out there to their best expertise,
Yeah. Well, this is a good point for what we just talked about earlier, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If anybody remembers, Cavalcante is the guy that climbed up the wall with his hands in his feet and escaped from the jail, and JLR was there covering it live.
Right.
So an escaped convict. Did you see the FBI there? No. But who did you see there? Border Patrol. Yep. Their main team. The whatever, I forget what they call them. It's the Border Patrol something special. But yeah, that's who you saw there. You didn't see the FBI there because they don't do that. Just so people understand. I'm not making fun of anybody, but
no, absolutely. Chris, let's take some of these questions. Like people
that's what I'm waiting for you to come back with. Hold tight,
let's do that.
You can take some questions. I got to run out for a minute.
All right. Tell me what you got, everybody. If you got a question, now's the time to go ahead and ask it. Sorry about earlier, but that's what happens. You get caught in talking, and it's trying to multitask is kind of difficult. With usually you count on Shibby to handle these things. Okay, Chris DD has questions. Anybody got questions? We're taking questions. The Border Patrol office was fired for accessing personnel information about a person he has a lawsuit against and his homeowner that caught him burglarizing of his home and camera in Carolina Foothills, September 20th. Thank you, YG. Appreciate that. Marianne, I know. Okay, here we go. DD, is it true that they found Nancy's Apple Watch on the floor? That's what I heard. That is what I heard, Norma. That's exactly what I heard. I heard that that's what they found it, which was ironic because they knew exactly where that was at.
Mm-hmm.
So that would
the other thing.
Mean,
that's the other question. I was like, well, hey, they knew where it was. And if you didn't know Nancy and you don't know the family, then how would you know?
Absolutely. And everybody was thinking that it was on the dresser with everything else because that's where she would keep it. But for them to know it was on the floor, I think that kind of speaks volume, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, that tells you what? Hey, that this could be true. And again, that's why there's only two options: cover up or true. So that's it. And we're still there.
Okay, go ahead, Chris. You take some.
No, you go for it, man. I know you had some questions in there, so give you a chance to catch up and stuff.
Okay. Why did Chris McDonough on the lab segment last night say the 70% of the FBI is incompetent?
Do you want to answer it? Or?
Go ahead.
In his opinion, they are incompetent because, and I don't think he means it the way it's being taken. We kind of just touched on this a little bit ago. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, they don't investigate homicides. They don't investigate missing persons. They don't investigate, car crashes. They don't investigate this little stuff. Their main gig is they do a lot of white collar crime. They do a lot of the computer stuff. They do a lot of the hacking stuff. They don't do this other stuff. So when they get dropped into a field to find, this missing person, they don't have any idea what to do. We're not saying they're stupid, but they don't do this. That's not what they're there for. They're there for their resources and manpower. If you need $75 million knocked on within a month, you're going to have 500 to 1,000 agents there to knock on all those doors and just write down the information. They ain't doing a search. They're not doing that. That's just not what they do. It's the beat cops. It's the border patrol. It's the, supposed to be the sheriff's department, the state police. That's what we're talking about. They do all the hard work on the outside, boots on the ground. The FBI is internal. They're inside. That's where they do their best. The labs, everything that they have, the X-ray things they have on helicopters and all that stuff. And like we said earlier, if Nanos had just said, let me bring the FBI in, they would have had everything at their available. Look at, even the president said, hey, just call me. Let me know what you want. I'll give you whatever you need. And that would have been, I guarantee you, he would have sent the military. He would have sent everybody just to help. I mean, that's all you needed to do. And that's why he's calling them incompetent, because I don't think he means it the way that it sounded. And I did pick up on that last night. He just means that they don't know this end of the work. Oh, let's see. Special guest, everybody. Special guest. And here we go. Melly! Welcome. How are you today?
Good. How are you? Sorry, guys.
Great to see. It was nice having you. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. God, that was quick. So, yeah. And I mean, again, and we said this a few minutes ago, if I had the option to take any department in the U.S. government, it would be the CIA.
Yeah.
Because they do that.
Sorry,
hey, it was nice
I got
you,
so
excited.
excited.
It was fun.
Gosh.
We were like, okay,
Sorry,
Melly,
guys.
bye.
I've been having such a crazy day today because I'm off the next few days. So
Yes.
It's been so crazy. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. How's everything?
Everything's
Good.
Good. We're
Good.
yapping and yelling and doing all kinds of good stuff. We're picking on everybody.
So I heard the good news about 857.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was dismissed without prejudice.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
yeah.
I'm so
I just
happy.
saw the clip. They took it. Juanita's there with him.
Yeah.
So they took a picture of the dismissal without prejudice. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
And
that's awesome.
that's amazing. So I'm glad that he's eating chicken. I just fired Ted, so everybody knows I just fired Ted because
Why? What happened?
because he blew us off for our panel today. He decided, to go with the more important person, JLR. So I just fired Ted via text.
Oh my goodness.
So he's done. I'm about to fire Shibby too because he bounced off to take care of Ted too. So he's getting fired maybe too. Maybe I'll just suspend him. Maybe.
Oh well, I guess Devil Dog is hired on now.
Devil Dog's my main guy right here. Me and Devil Dog,
That's it.
and Melly too.
So, the idea, honestly, is I think that that a lot of what's happening with people that are not understanding what everybody's role, they really don't really see how every different law enforcement entity has a different place, a different place in what they do, a different something special, a specialty. And I think that's goes, maybe because the TV shows, all the crime shows, all this kind of stuff, everybody thinks that FBI does it all. But I would say that one of the things also that Chris said on the interview room about them being incompetent, and you're right, Chris, it's about the fact that they just don't understand how to handle a lot of these cases. They don't understand how to handle, these things because that's not what they do. And they're all about logistics. They're all about, fingerprints, the not so much fingerprinting. I'm talking about gathering that type of evidence, forensics. That's their specialty. So for anybody to think like Chris meant it in a bad way, No, I don't buy that. He didn't mean it. He just
No.
meant it as in they're just, it's like the word ignorant, right? Everybody always thinks that ignorant means really something that it doesn't. All it just means is you just don't know. You don't know how it works. You don't know how it
Yeah.
operates. That's all it means, But I think that's really, in a nutshell, what he really meant as well. So I totally agree with you, Chris, what you said earlier. No doubt.
Yeah, well, I mean, so when it comes to serving, Melly, when it comes to serving warrants and stuff, you're not having the FBI do it,
No.
right?
I
You're
never
having
said FBI works.
right. You're having the the sheriffs are doing it, right?
Yes,
Or the
yes.
local Melly. Unbelievable.
I'm gonna get fired
Yeah.
too. I'm so
Gosh.
sorry, guys. Oh my
No,
god.
you're good. I don't care.
I was reading a comment and then it just kicked me out. I'm not gonna touch anything anymore.
No, whatever. It doesn't matter. I just keep bringing you in. So yeah. So the warrants are going to be done by the sheriff's department. The computer fraud's going to be done by the FBI. The manhunts for, kidnappers and stuff are going to be done by everybody else. The local police, the local sheriffs, the border patrol. That's what they bring in. That's how it goes. And, I guess a lot of people don't know how it works, right? Like I said, all the sheriff's departments in my area, they don't do anything but transport prisoners. That's all they do. That's what they're there for. They don't have an area to cover. Now, in 2019 or 2018, one of the towns in my area, they fired the police department. They got rid of all of the police. All of them. Gone. See you later. The local sheriff's department then took over that area for a few months. And then the state police finally took it over. Until this day, I believe they're still doing it, the state police.
Wow.
I don't think they brought back the police department.
Wow.
So, that's it. And then, like the CIA doesn't come in and serve warrants. They all have their own thing that they do. Now, like we said a little while ago, for anybody that knew that comes in, Melly, whatever, I don't know if you were listening, but if you need stuff done in a big way, then you bring in 500 agents to help you knock doors, and they're the ones that you're going to get your video from. Like if you want like lots and serious stuff done with video or tracing stuff, you're going to call the FBI.
Yeah.
That's what they would have called them for.
Yeah.
All of that stuff. They weren't calling them to, go out and search the desert. That's not what they do. So yeah, as long as everybody understands that and we, break that down. And our goal here is just to kind of help you understand, how they usually do everything. Now, don't get me wrong. If I knew there was a missing person in this chunk of woods and we know they're in there, you send me 3,000 FBI agents to walk the woods. Great. But they're not out looking for kidnappers. So,
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, and then I'm watching Tucson. He's celebrating.
I love it.
He's at the banner right now. He just went over and did a little dance at the banner.
Oh, so cute.
So he's pumped.
I'm so happy for him.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And like we were talking a little bit ago, now it just needs to flow down the line. It needs to be everybody.
And then Juanita's getting upgraded. Just this insanity to me. Like, how do you go from a parking ticket to now to felony? Like, how does that even happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what's the felony? What are they saying?
Public nuisance. That's what they changed.
She parked the car.
That's what I'm saying. Like we said this a little while ago. Remember what we're dealing with. We have crooked sheriff's department. We have a crooked attorney, obviously.
But there was a party that same night. Do you remember where she was parked, and then just around the corner there was like I don't know how many cars there were, and the deputies came and they're like, yeah, we're gonna deal with them now. But they came to Juanita first, and she even said like there's cars there, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna deal with it. Did they get a ticket?
Yeah,
did they get a felony?
And there was about 15 cars over there.
Yeah, there was a lot because there was a party. Yeah,
well,
so that's not a public nuisance. Like
no, because that's because the streamers are pinpointed. You know what I mean? It's not.
Yeah.
They're the only ones getting in trouble.
This
So
was
I'm
all by design. This whole thing was all done by design.
I'm not playing volume, just so everybody knows, but this is Juanita on with Tucson, and I think they're about to show the dismissal, so I was just showing it. Oh, Juanita, what are you doing?
Marianne said I'm fired.
No, you're not.
Oh, I just want to say something. April, I know I can see you. I know you still can't see my comments. I don't know why, but I just wanted to give April a shout out. I can see her in the chat, but she can't see my comments for some reason, and we're trying to figure this out. We don't have each other blocked, but it's so strange. So I just wanted to tell April. I don't know what's going on, but I just wanted to give her a shout out.
Huh. That's odd.
Yeah, it's really strange. Yeah. It happened to me and Marianne before too. And then I don't know, it just resolved itself. But
nice. Tucson, look at him. He's all happy and stuff. Now, Melly, did you see the background? Us, the jury, like
I love it.
I know, but look, hold on now. So now he's leaving, so I'm going to get rid of this. But my problem is, I look like Tucson.
Let me see again. Go back.
Hold on, I got to get rid of this. Look at it. I look like Tucson. I'm in the middle.
I can't see it. Hold on. I know you guys are covering it.
Hold on.
Oh, I see a little. Yeah.
I look like Tucson. There's Ted, Devil Dog, Shibby, and Tucson. And that's my real picture, though. This is how you make them. You put your real picture in there.
Oh,
and then it makes a cartoon. So I'll share a couple of these, everybody. Hope you don't mind, but I made a few, Melly. So I can't get myself not to look like Tucson. There's which was going to be my background, but I don't know. But this is my favorite one. You ready for this?
Yeah. Oh, I love that one. Oh, look at Devil Dog.
But there's the dog. That's supposed to be Shibby.
Oh,
that's supposed to be Ted in the middle, and then me with the hat on the left. That don't look like me.
No.
What?
What are you using? What?
It's AI. It's AI stuff. With you got to put stuff in, but it's real pictures.
I know, but is it ChatGPT you're using, or is it?
Just Google, whatever the hell the one is with Google.
Okay. Yeah,
so I'm going to try different things tonight, but this is the one that came out the best, I think.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that's really funny.
This is for Doug.
That was
the dog palm with the devil pups. And there he is.
Very good. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then I made one for Ted last night too.
Oh wow, that's cool. Missing wallet in
car. And there's his wallet at the mystery hotel they were in,
Yeah. That's funny.
And then my helicopter one flying over Tucson.
That looks good. I like that.
I like that one though.
I do.
But yeah, they just can't get my picture right. I don't know why. So, but anyways, I do like this one too. I tried to get us all in the helicopter, but it didn't work out well. So, but anyways, but yeah. So I mean, I'm so pumped for Tucson, and hopefully.
AJ, I just want to reply to AJ to confirm that they upgraded Juanita's chart. So Juanita was on last night with Alex and Ted and JLR, and she did say that her ticket was vacated because they were actually upgrading it. So when everyone saw vacate, everyone's like, oh, it's dismissed, but really they were just upgrading it, which is so
to public nuisance.
Awful. Yeah.
Which I don't see how you do this, and I don't know. That's crazy.
But even after all this time too that's passed since she's gotten the ticket, like
that's what I'm saying.
What happens at that point? Is somebody reviewing these things? Like, is it I was just listening to one, and they said like the attorney would have to be on board with this change, right? Like
exactly.
Which scares me, because and that's exactly what my fear was, that Nanos is buddy with these people.
With everybody?
Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that was my first thing I said to Doug, and I said to the chat here is that now I'm worried because that means the attorney's on board with these things, but they just threw out Tucson. So and listen, it doesn't have to be her either. That's the attorney. It could just be one of her attorneys that works for her, you know? So it doesn't mean it was her.
Yeah.
So it could just be one of the, not the one that changed the ticket, but the one who was in court today. Just be like, yep, we're throwing this one out. See you later. And from what I got, it was the attorneys who recommended the dismissal. So the prosecution. So so I'm hoping that everybody else kind of flows down that same path and they can just be, just be done. I mean, it's getting old, you know.
But now is like he can go for civil suit, right? Like Damien can go for civil suit.
But I would myself, I would probably wait till everybody else is done. I think
I was gonna say, can they do like a
I think they have to do it all as one.
Yeah, they can do that. Yeah.
And all three of them need their own lawyer to make the team. And then because there's going to be a lot, and this is the way. This is the way
this is going to be a fight. This is not going to be done anytime soon. This is going to be.
It's going to take a long time.
Yeah. But I mean, part of me is like, no, you know what, just let it go. But then part of me is like, no, they need to go through with this, and they need to do what's right for them. And screw nanos, man.
Yeah, exactly. But what they need, most of all, we said this a few minutes ago, Melly. I said it's not even the money for me. What it would be is to show that we, or they, not we, because I wasn't there to be in trouble, they were doing the correct thing. Yeah, they didn't do anything. Deputy that was involved. Hey, how's so it would be the attorney. It would be anybody that had their name attached to this issue. They need to have a freaking press conference with apologies from everybody. And I'm talking handwritten apologies. I want you on live cameras. I want it to be on every news channel in the country. Mm-hmm. And if
KVOA to do an apology,
KVOA needs to come out, and they need to be in the filing too, because of what they did to Alex and Juice's video. That's big. They need to be sued the same, maybe even on their own, a separate whole case.
I would go after them separately.
I want the apology. I want them all to stand on a news conference and just be like, we apologize. We apologize. And they better make their asses do it too.
I agree.
Did you hear Ted called them last night on JLR stream? He called KVOA.
They tried having Ted call everybody last night. They were like, "Hey, call this guy." Did you stay on the whole thing?
I listened in. Yeah, I listened in as much as I could. So I.
What was the crazy guy that went down to them and he was like, "I think it's this guy." What the hell's that guy's name? Not Walsh.
Christian?
It was another like higher up, and he's like, "It's all him." It was the drunk guy.
Sorry. James Feather.
No, somebody else. It was somebody. Anyways. But when they like Ted, you should call him. And Ted's like, "Oh, you got his number?"
I think Walter Nash, because James
Walter Nash
by there. And he kept saying Walter Nash. No.
But did you see his face in the background? Alex's face. He was all like, because he wasn't going to call Walter Nash.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
JLR was cracking me up though, because every time Ted would call, JLR was trying not to laugh.
I mean, how can you not? Like, I haven't found one thing that Ted hasn't gotten into trouble with.
Yeah.
Like he losing wallets, he lost his car, the phone falls. It's funny. Breaking news.
And also, just to go back to the video of KVOA, doctoring that video, that, I just looked it up too, what they could be charged with. And it is forgery, right? It's falsifying evidence, which they did, right? Because that could be used as evidence, right? That video?
Yes. They need the one from Alex, and then they need the one from Captain Kevin.
So which one are they going to use now? This is the interesting thing, right? So obviously the guys are going to have their legit videos, but
we're going to have Alex's video, and then Kev because he was able to. But here's the problem: if he doctored it in any way, Kevman's, it's gone. It won't be used in court because that would be you change the document. But all he did was put them next to each other and play the original, where you hear nothing out of the bottle and none of that weird stuff. And then then Alex's, then the other one that KVOA doctored, where it comes out as spit. So they're all done. They're all done. Look it. I know we keep saying it's probably going to take forever, but you know what I'm hoping for? Look it. As they all sit together in Arizona and say, Jesus Christ, look what you guys did to us. This is huge. This is going to kill us all. This is going to break us. Maybe it won't be that long. Maybe it'll go on for. Maybe it'll go on for a little bit of time, but maybe they're just going to be like, you know what, dude, it's too much evidence against everybody. You're dropping charges right now. You're dismissing charges. What for? Because you know it was wrong. So they hang everybody. Hey,
they're getting a lot of heat right now. They're getting a lot of heat. Think of all the followers. You guys combined, how many followers you guys all have that are supporting all the streamers that got arrested, that got whatever citations? Think about it all. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
In one stream, JLR can have up to 10,000 people.
No, he had 9,000 last night.
Yeah. People emailing KVOA. People probably emailing the sheriff's department.
He's got 8,000 right now.
Yeah, it's causing a lot of heat. So, in my opinion, it's better off that they just dismiss all of it and let it go, because they look really bad right now.
That's what I'm saying. You can hope for that, but they're going to fight a little bit anyways, because you're talking everybody's job. Because if they can wrap up everybody in it, you're talking attorney, you're gone. Sheriff, you're gone. Who else was on board with you guys? And once that starts to happen, then that's when you start. Tell me if I'm incorrect, dog, but that's when you start to see people start singing. Well,
absolutely.
This one said for me, I had to do this, or he was gonna, So that's when people start singing. So
that's exactly right. That's
what happened.
Everybody gets subpoenaed. Everybody starts to start telling who was behind the scenes orchestrating this.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's a question I got, guys. Hang on a second. Let me.
Sorry.
No. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. It's a big cat. That looks like what was that cat that had that? Oh God, what was it?
Garfield.
Garfield.
He's like, get me out of here. That's Tigger.
So here's the question I have.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Don't go anywhere.
That was a huge cat.
He's not even 2 yet.
Wow.
He's a big cat. Yeah. He's a big cat.
He's eating better than everybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Doug said Garfield too. Yeah.
My gosh.
Lasagna kitty. Oh my goodness. Yeah, literally he's a huge cat.
I want to show you on camera, my dude. I don't want to die.
Oh, little baby, so cute.
This is the Maine Coon.
Wow.
He's 30 pounds of beef.
Wow.
Show your face, you big dummy. Right, where's its face?
Huge.
All right. Oh, he just kicked my mic, sucker.
Oh my gosh.
He's 30 pounds.
Tigger wants to get out 1 sec.
So here's a real question. Okay, ready? Here's the real question. Do they go back and stream if they are not breaking the law?
Not yet. Maybe in the end, yeah. When everybody gets dismissed, I would probably say yes, but not right now anytime soon, because I still don't trust them.
I don't trust that letter that was sent out. I think it's like it's a trap. I think it's a trap.
Yeah, because they're able to charge. They're able to charge these weird charges. Oh man, am I delayed?
What happens if so let's say they go there with that letter in hand, okay, just in case something happens.
Right.
It says something about case by case, and I'm sorry, I don't have the letter up in front of me right now, but it says something about case by case. So what happens if a neighbor calls and says, oh, they're disturbing me, but they're really not? Are they just going to take the word of that neighbor and then boom, you're arrested?
Probably. That's what I'm saying.
Honestly,
like, is it going to take one call? Is it going to take one call for them to be like, okay, enough? Like we said, case by case and whatever.
So, the ironic thing about it is that, if somebody calls to complain, it's definitely a complaint. So they could. So, I mean, technically, but should it be like that? No.
No, it shouldn't.
What they should just say is they're allowed to be out on the public roads or the public, easement or whatever, as long as they're not on your property, they're okay to be there. That should be what was said. Yeah. That should be what is said, in my opinion, because that's the law, right?
Yeah.
You get it. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, if it was me, I want a letter in my hand that is dated, signed, like literally signed, not an email.
Right.
I want it signed by whoever person it is, like by a person, not by a robot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I want that, or else I wouldn't feel comfortable. And I don't think they should risk it. Listen, I'm all for them going out there, First Amendment rights, this and that, but it is so risky right now because Nanos is on a power trip and he's going to look for any little thing to get them.
His power is fading fast, though. I'll tell you that. His power is
it will. And
going away.
After all this is said and done, the corruption is going to start coming out. You'll see it. The truth is going to start coming out. And
look at that.
Oh,
sorry, I'm just fooling around.
It looks like I'm on the jury stand now.
There you are. I'm putting you on trial. That's it. You and Dog are on trial.
All right. He did it.
No, I agree. I mean, I just think I don't want them to go back either because obviously that's not the smart thing to do. But I'm just saying, what does that say a lot about this department that did what they did and how they're probably going to face some type of for a better lack of words, some type of penalty, fine as a county or as a department, because they're going to get sued because they violated their rights. And by them literally throwing these cases out, I mean, they could come up with 1,000,000,001 reasons why they threw the cases out. But the reality is that it was illegal what you did.
Exactly.
And it's almost like, I mean, I can only see that question being asked. Well, why did you throw the case out? Well, we figured that it just wasn't necessary. Then why was it written at the beginning? Why was they arrested then if it wasn't necessary? It's so much. And then again, maybe they're doing this because they want to get rid of nanos. That's a possibility.
Maybe.
That's what I said the other day.
That's a possibility.
This is your way to get rid of nanos.
Yeah, that's a very good possibility.
And
without doubt.
We never thought about it that way. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's the only way. They have to prove that he broke the law, and he broke the law.
Yeah.
So
here
those
we
deputies would have to say, like, oh, he made us do it. We knew it was an unlawful arrest, but he made us do it, or else we were threatened with being put on the desk job.
Retaliation.
Here we go with that. So up the ladder that goes. Sheriff Nanos, what the hell happened? I don't know. You'll have to talk to my guy down below me. I didn't tell him to do that. Does that guy take the fall?
That guy's
he better rat out real big.
Well, that's the thing. You take the chance on him going, well, let me just tell you about all these other things.
Yeah, good for you. See ya. So, I mean, and that's all they have to do is prove that he broke the law, and arresting somebody for that is breaking the law. So you're gone. Like, I mean, I would love to know why they dropped the charges. He would get a reason why, right?
Yes.
He would have to. I wonder if it shows.
I want to know why they dropped the charges. And if they say because they were bogus, you broke the law, goodbye.
Yes, I mean, no, that's exactly right. I mean,
But there has to be an investigation into
they will, and they would
who
be. I mean,
told you to arrest them, and you know,
Yeah.
luckily, remember what I said earlier. Luckily, that one sheriff deputy put that in his report. They made us do this.
Yeah, exactly.
They made us. You know, did he put in there? They threatened us. If you don't do this, this is what happens. You know what I'm saying?
yes, absolutely.
So, you know, we'll see. I mean, because if you're looking for a way to get them out, you're right here. You're that close.
Because, think about that. They're going to say, I mean, if they really wanted to do a big investigation, being the powers to be at Pima County, if they really wanted to do an investigation, they could open an investigation against Nanos and then find out literally what role he had to play in all this. And literally, unbecoming of an officer, they could put liability to. I don't know what they could charge him with, but I think they could put enough there that literally justifies them to say you are a liability to not only the department but to our county, and therefore, you know, we're going to go ahead and remove you. And then they can say, well, let's put it back on his court. You want to take us to court? Take us to court. Let all the shit come out. Let everything come out.
Okay, you want to go to court? Let's do it. So here's my next thing. And, you know, chime in and let me know your thoughts on this one. Who's to say that there already isn't an investigation opened against Nanos? And this is where the FBI would come in. This is what they do. They investigate the computer stuff, the phone record stuff. That's what they do. They don't come here and take him away yet, but they could investigate that stuff.
If there was a civil violations lawsuit sought against them, I think they could very well get involved, the FBI, because it's a federal case. Right?
Exactly.
I mean, so absolutely, that could be a way to drag them in and say, we want you to go ahead and do this, you know. But it all starts with those streamers. Are they willing to go through the long haul? Because
they got to.
The big issue.
They have to.
I think they have to. In my opinion, I think they have to for all the right reasons.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if they want to go through that, because it's a lot of.
I know, but it's the same reason that you went to jail. Right? That would be the same reason you're there for. What are you there for? You're to bring Nancy home, to get out the truth, to find out what the hell happened to Nancy. Well, that fight that you guys may have to do for a year, maybe 2 years, who knows?
Yeah.
But that's what you went there for. So you need to fight that battle. I understand you might not want to deal with it for that long, but I highly doubt you're going to have to go to court for a lot of these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
like probably just the lawyers would have to go.
They'll have to go in and they'll have to do, what's that thing called when they
depositions?
Yeah, they'll have to do depositions, and they'll have to get, you know, they could, you know, for anybody that was on that live when Alex got arrested or when they got arrested or ticketed, we could all be subpoenaed, right? I mean,
we all watched it happen.
I saw it live. I heard the freaking sheriff say, hey, you didn't do anything wrong. I don't think you did anything wrong. And then, so, I mean, we're not all going to get subpoenaed. That would be, cause, you think there was chaos in Tucson then, or in Arizona then? We'd all be there. Me, you, we'd all be there out front with signs.
I don't like
and
to
shit.
fly, but I would get on a plane.
But yeah, no, it's just what I'm saying. Like, this is the reason that you got arrested. This is what you have to fight for.
Exactly.
And like I said, in the end, I'm not looking for the money. I'm whatever. I live happily fine right now, whatever. But it's the fucking thank you. Sorry. I want to hear you guys say sorry. If it's $1 million, I mean, that's a lot of money for people. You know what I mean? But if it's $1 million or for every single one of them involved to get into that press conference and every single one of them at one time say, I apologize for what we did. That's what I want. Keep your goddamn money, put it into the new sheriff, and then give me my apology. That's all.
Exactly.
That's it.
The apology speaks volumes.
And there's a good point that Analyze Doug has made, and it says basically this whole thing boils down to the rights of the residents versus the rights of the streamers. And
right.
That'll be interesting to see how that
they need to put them in place too. So, you don't own the fucking easement, you dumbass. It's odd. Clean up your shit. You know, I mean, really,
literally.
SE, clean up your shit.
You know, and you know, one of the first, the first female deputy that went to Alex when he was sitting on the island when Sue Ellen came after. She's the first one that I would subpoena to court because she didn't have anything to do with the arrest. And she was the one that said, no, you're fine there. You want a water?
Yeah.
Judge, what the hell?
What about the harassment from the neighbors? Like her instigating them, like trying to go after them, or even Gem Lady that same day when just before Alex got arrested again, she drove by and said something like, do something worthy with your life, or something about his life.
She said, you're never going to learn.
She didn't break the law.
Yeah, she was very, very rude to him.
The problem is she didn't break the law.
No.
And neither did Sue Ellen didn't break the law.
She stopped to say it, so she kind of
you can't park there. That was the best thing Alex said to Sue Ellen. You can't park there.
Hey, you can't park there.
But
oh man.
They didn't break the law except for putting that shit down on the easement. That's what she broke the law for.
Exactly.
But they need to put them in their place. Hey, you can't say nothing. That's an easement. He can sit there if he wants all fucking day long and all night long. Sorry, my friend.
He can sleep there if he wants to.
Right? So that's all. They just need to set some rules up and say, hey, look, you can keep calling me all you want, but we're not coming.
Yeah.
You know, unless he breaks the law. That's all. And I don't care if the sheriff drives by to see how you are. Hey, how you doing? I'm doing good. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, AJ. I'll breathe.
I found Damien's court record right now. So it does say, so it says vacated June 30th hearing, vacated. Application was June 26th for that dismissal, and it says granted. And then for today, it says disposition dismissed on motion, request of prosecutor.
Because they know. Because they know.
They know they haven't.
You ain't putting anything on. I'm dying. I need coffee.
You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm good. If it wasn't for AJ, I probably wouldn't be here right now. She keeps telling me to breathe.
I wish I could see the document. Oh, available at courthouse, so you can't even see the friggin' document.
I think Tucson has it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In his name. I think he has it in his hand.
Sure he's gonna go through it on his live for sure. But
you know, he's going on. He's going on to JLR. Yeah, he was coming. JLR said he was coming on in a little bit. But
there you go. Request dismiss on motion. Request the prosecutor. So they knew
because they know.
Nothing.
And that's the
time. Why waste
because that's the request from the other day. And that was probably the request from what's her face. See, here's the problem.
Yeah.
She is the attorney general, but she's just the attorney in Pima County. That's all they call her. No attorney general. They just call her the attorney. So, oh boy.
April just asked me, Melly, what are your thoughts on Sue Ellen? April, if I start, I might get Chris banned here. But no, she's an evil person, is all I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very, I've never seen anyone like that in my life. Just very, she's a public nuisance, in my opinion. There you go. That's the best way I can put it. So, April, I hope that answers your question. She needs the ticket. Yeah. She needs the ticket for putting the crap down the bottom. And you know what's going to happen? Her crap don't stink. Okay? No, literally. That's what she thinks. Literally. But you know what happens here? This little rock is going to roll all the way down the hill, and she's going to aggravate all her neighbors. You know why? Yep. Because if you watched the first episode of Chris
and Karen, they were driving into her area.
Mhm.
All the houses, except for a few, had rocks and shit on their easements. They all do it.
Yeah.
So she started all this bullshit with the easements, the rocks, and the shit. Now, if they make her clean it up, they're going to make all the other people clean it up because they put rocks and stuff there so people don't park.
Exactly.
So they're going to have to clean that whole and goddamn neighborhood up, and they're going to be all pissed off.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like she might just be a very unliked neighbor, and she knows it, and she's just taking out her anger, or she wants to have control. She seems like a very controlling person that just wants to have control of the situation. And yeah. And I don't know. To me, I sometimes I think I'm like, maybe she didn't really like Nancy. I don't know. I just start thinking all this stuff.
Why not just vote her out of the HOA?
Yeah, like if I ever went missing, knock on wood, I ever don't. But I'm just saying, if I ever do,
we'll find you. Don't worry. We'll all come up to Toronto. I'm going to check Shibby's house first.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's gonna have me hiding in his basement.
Shibby, have you seen Melly?
No, I haven't seen her. Oh my gosh.
That's
her Apple phone's pinging here, Shibby.
Oh, don't give me any ideas,
God.
please.
I know, right?
But no, but if something ever did happen on my street, my neighbors would be on it. They would welcome these guys. They would be feeding them food, water, whatever they needed. Probably even giving them a room, because this is what a neighborhood is, right? Okay,
somebody offered odd a room.
Yeah, you have your odd neighbors here and there that whatever. But all in all, like, what's wrong with you? Like, don't you want her found? Like, don't you want her name still out there?
No, I don't know why. I can't figure that out. I think out of all the neighbors that we had we were available to see on the lives, how many stopped and talked to the guys? 2, maybe 3, and all the others were just whatever.
Like, so, stuck up. They were almost like snobby, stuck up.
Yep.
Because they had to be told something. They had to be told, shut up.
Stay quiet.
Don't say anything. Stay quiet. I mean, I've heard, it was in the chat today, I've heard that they were told not to speak on it from Savannah or the Guthrie family.
Well, why?
Because they're hiding something. They want it over. They want everybody gone. And I can't figure out why.
Well, guess what, Savannah? We ain't gonna stop talking about your mother, so it ain't gonna happen. So I don't care. And you know what? I'm still thinking like she is the one that made those calls. I truly believe she is. I think there's 2 sides to her. In my opinion. Okay. I just have a weird feeling about her too.
I think it was
she's
her.
Involved, but I think she did call.
Theories and opinions on this channel only. Nothing that we say here is 100%
actress
correct.
At the end of the day. So
and the gem lady.
But
the gem lady called.
Oh yeah, 100% she did.
Now,
as soon as the gem lady drove by, Alex got arrested like shortly after.
Oh, you knew that was happening as soon as she pulled up. But everybody remembers the first week. JLR had a problem with the gem guy, remember? He came down the driveway carrying the box, and he was like, hey, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. JLR was like, hey, nice to see you. Goodbye. Like, they had an attitude from the beginning.
They did. They really did.
I don't take the what am I thinking? What am I saying? Oh, the wrong house thing? Nah.
I don't buy that either.
Not for me. No, you don't get that wrong. If you're robbing the house for the gems, you're not going to the wrong house. Sorry.
No, there's no way.
Like a lot of people think, you're scoping the house out. So you're scoping out Nancy's if you're kidnapping her, and you're also scoping out the gem lady or the gem house if you're robbing their house. Exactly. You're not going to go to you're not going to scope it out 10 times and then go to the wrong house and tell your boss, we went to the wrong house.
Yeah.
We didn't get the gems, but we got an old lady. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just not. It doesn't fit for me.
Right.
And I
never got on that, and I never got on the thing about the what's it called? The one that Dr. Q used to say about like a stalker of Savannah.
Yeah.
What was it?
It was he
The
would
stalker
say,
of Savannah.
yeah, but he would say it was
oh my God, the word, like somebody
such a
madly in love with her, like when
yeah
somebody is like,
social
Obsessed?
yeah.
social social
Let's see if the chat knows
I
it.
know what you're trying to say.
yes, it's like a social what was that?
Like when they think that they're in a relationship with that person.
A
but
social infatuation of some sort
yeah,
or the
something
other.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never got on that.
I didn't either. I thought he was way off. In fact, you know what, Millie? He said he was off. Because
Yeah,
when
he
Elvis,
did.
he came back.
Called
Yes.
back. Yeah,
Yes.
he did. Yeah, because just like all of us, I think parasocial. Thank you, Lily. Thank you.
There it is. Yeah.
Parasocial. I gotta write that down because I keep forgetting that word. But he came back, and I think like most of us, as time has gone on, our theories are starting to change.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm noticing. A lot of people, and even JLR, is starting to say cover up. And JLR was very careful in the beginning. He did not. Every time somebody would ask him, "What's your theory?" he would be like, "I don't know," right? Like,
Yeah.
Now he's actually saying, like,
I asked him the other day when I was on there with him. I said, "Hey,
yeah,
now that everything's come out," I said, and I am asking everybody that now that I'm on with. Now that everything's come out, what are you thinking? And a lot of these people have changed to cover up.
Exactly.
Because that's what it looks like.
What else could it be at this point? Everybody wants it silent.
It could still be a kidnapping gone wrong, but
yeah,
I don't understand. I don't understand why they would still be reaching out if they have nothing to prove to the people paying you the money that she's alive or that she's unalived, right? They're not giving anything. But
yeah,
I mean, here, if I kidnap somebody and they passed away, I'm like, oh, frig. What I had to offer them for money isn't going to happen now. Crap. See you. Body wherever. See you later. Goodbye. You never hear from me again.
Yeah. I'm even suspicious about Nano saying that. I might be way off here, but I'm just thinking Nanos came out and said that the TMZ letter wasn't real. The last one I think that just came out. Yeah. But like to me, I'm like, what if he's saying that because he doesn't want it paid, because he doesn't want the truth to come out?
I mean, that's a good possibility.
That's where my mind goes. I'm like, that
goes with the narrative that you're saying. That goes with the narrative that we've been saying about the cover up. That's a part of it, right? So it fits that narrative to why he would want that. Same reason he doesn't still want help from anybody. You know, I mean, to me, it's kind of like Tommaso and Annie. You're doing this self-inflicted wounds to yourself because of how you're acting and the persona that you're giving to the people. What you're showing people can only go with what they see. Same thing with Nano. People can only interpret for what you say, and when you say stupid things, they're going to go, that guy has to be covering something up. It's just common sense. Now, I'm not saying it's happened or it's happening. I'm saying that you literally are presenting that to the people. That's what they're thinking, because not everybody, I mean, look, we could take a poll, and I bet you majority of the people that are like watching us right now would say, yeah, I think it could be it very well could be literally a cover up. Well, it's not, they're not, everybody's wrong. It's just, that's what you're showing.
That's right.
That's what you are giving to the people. So what the hell else do you expect? Yeah, I don't understand that.
And I know.
And look at how quick he was. He can't do a press conference, but look at how quick he was to get on that interview.
Yeah.
Every press conference he did about the streamers.
He wants to be more famous than an actual professional sheriff. He wants to be famous. That's what he wants.
Well, you know what? All he did so far was make himself look like a idiot.
Yes.
A liar.
Yeah.
And he made everybody that he mentioned, the streamers, all he's done is make them more popular. Thank you.
Absolutely.
But you know what stands out with me? And I feel like I am amazed at what the interview room comes up with. It's shocking to me that everything that they say, and I'm like, crap, I never thought of that. Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Mm-hmm.
Not the one from last night was the lab that Chris goes on. Not his last interview room, but before that, they were talking about Annie because they were talking about the note that went to the, Buried with Nature and stuff. They spent a good half hour tearing apart Annie. They really did. If you guys watched that, they were tearing them apart.
I heard about it.
By poems and who says that? A poet would say that. And we got to remember, she's a poet, obviously. So isn't he.
Yeah.
So they were tearing it apart. And then that note that they put at the memorial, and they were questioning that big time. Why would
standing on ashes or burned ashes?
Yeah, why would they put a note?
And then they have, and then the ransom note says something about she's buried in nature.
Yep.
I linked those two together, and I'm like, okay, so was she burned and then thrown into nature? Like
So, and then I've heard like
maybe I'm wrong, but
I've heard about 65 different meanings of buried with nature.
Yeah.
And the one that I heard the most was where they were buried in the ground in a shallow grave or in the water in a lake or a pond or whatever. But no chemicals, no anything. It was pure. That's what I've heard the most. And that's the one that I came up with on Google. And who the hell uses that? To me, buried with nature. That's what, that's cowboy and Indian days to me, or prior. Because there was
even the word parish. The word parish is something that you don't really use, to explain somebody passing away.
Right. This is another good point. This is what the FBI is great at. Tearing apart this stuff, right? Tearing into the letters, putting those letters under the light and being like, well, Jesus Christ, that P looks the same. This is what they do good, and this is what they're working on. And ask me why are the notes going to TMZ?
I don't know.
I can't come up with that reason. Either they know it's going to hit the news everywhere, because a lot of people listen to TMZ because it's all celebrity shit, and that's why and they figured if anything, it's going to go there. But why not send it to Arizona to the sheriff, or why not send it all to the family? Why are we sending it to TMZ, and then TMZ's taking it and giving it to the FBI, and then is the FBI giving that to Nano? Or
remember, these are only the letters that we know of, though.
True.
Right. Now, we
don't know if NBC got them, and my thing is, if NBC did get them, they probably shoved them under the rug, and they don't want to deal with it because NBC doesn't want to talk about it.
That KVOA got them.
Yes, Or was it cold? Was it cold or KVOA?
Cold KVOL or whatever.
KOVA.
Yeah, somebody got it. But I heard yesterday that there could be upwards of 12 letters.
Yes, that's correct.
But
12
we've only heard of we have 5. That's all we've heard of. But I don't know if those 12 are to TMZ or to Savannah and the family or to KVOA. So we don't know that. But again, the only one giving us any information, and I don't speak highly of them at all, the only one giving us any information is TMZ.
Well, what if it's just a what if TMZ is getting all this because they're giving that platform to these individuals?
Right.
Was just a platform, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, take this out of the equation, TMZ, where do they go?
Everywhere.
Well, they got to go somewhere else, right?
Yeah. Every news station in the world, FBI,
but
TMZ,
right,
you're out the world, man.
but
You're
right,
all over the world.
But right
Yeah.
now, TMZ is like they don't need anybody else because they're the mouthpiece. Take that mouthpiece away, and you're going, okay, what would force them to go to someone else? I mean, it's not by accident that they chose TMZ. It's not by accident. That was probably their plan.
Exactly.
But because it's kind of like you remember when I'm trying to think here. When remember Richard Nolette? Remember when he was? I don't know if you guys ever heard of Richard Nolette or followed him.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember when Intrigue? What was his name?
Monk,
not Monk. The other one. Sleuth Intuition.
Oh, Sleuth.
Remember when he did that? He gave a platform to this Richard Nolette, and he was talking all this crazy stuff about, not that it couldn't be legitimate, but he was talking about the Zodiac killer being raised him as his dad, or was it whatever?
Yes.
Okay, so when Sleuth finally took that platform away, what happened with him? He started going ahead and shopping around. He was popping on, and everybody's live seeing who would give him that attention. And whoever gave him that attention, he would just jump right in. Could it be something like that? Could it be that TMZ, they know that TMZ is going to do this, like you said earlier, Chris? We know we really know what TMZ, what their whole stick is, right?
They're all about the views and the clicks and So whatever,
paparazzi, whatever,
The only thing I'll give them is they are on scene like that.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's clicks, it's likes, it's money,
Yeah.
He's not stupid, that guy. I'll tell you.
No.
Hardy, no, he's not. No.
He's not. He knows what he's doing. He's not stupid.
No, he was a lawyer. He was a lawyer before, right?
I don't know that.
Attorney or something?
I have no idea.
I thought I heard that, but whatever. Go on, Doug.
No, I just think that literally that's the whole premise here is they went to somebody that they knew that they could, in my opinion, hook, line, and sinker and sell it to the end. That they will, and that's exactly what's been happening now. I'm not saying that they're wrong. I just wish TMZ, when they got these damn notes, I wish that they would just send them to the FBI and not say a damn thing about them, because that's the confusion that we get. We start hearing they'll come up with this, they'll come up with that.
That's right.
And it's like just give it to the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought that's really what you were supposed to do when you got something like that.
That's
Apparently
right. And I'm
not,
surprised the FBI wouldn't have told them, hey, like, stop putting out there that you got the letters, unless Harvey didn't care. But
he is a lawyer. He is a lawyer.
Is he?
Okay.
He knows the law. So
but here, go ahead.
Can't. No, I'm just saying they can't tell him don't put that out there. And when
but if it's gonna hurt, it possibly could hurt an investigation. Like
before he comes out live like that, he's already talked to the FBI.
Okay.
They've already got the letter. They've already got everything that they need. They may ask him, hey, please don't come out with that. Or they may say, whatever you want to do, because they already have what
you don't. But yeah.
And, but you're right. You're right, dog. If you want something out, you're going with them. Because listen, is my wife home? I've had a crush on Leanne Ryan since the first day I laid eyes on her. And
Lord.
She's my celebrity wife. And if I ever had a chance to be with her, they would be the first place that I would let know, because he would tell the entire world. And I would be like, yeah. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's where you go.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
He is the one.
He is,
send that there. Because
and he doesn't just do celebrities, he even does like sports too. He has they have a sports section on
there.
there.
You know why? It's like my mom used to say, do you not have any embarrassment, man?
No.
Right?
No.
That's what you would say about TMZ. Do you not have any
See
embarrassment?
how they go up to these celebrities?
Right,
Yeah.
right. That's what I'm talking about.
No. I get shy to say hi to somebody sometimes, and these guys are up there with their camera drilling them questions. Like, woo! I don't know if I could do that.
That's
No,
crazy.
No.
Yes, I mean, hey,
But guys, listen, I have to go because I have a training in like 20 minutes. I gotta
have fun.
get my stuff done, and then I'm off starting tomorrow until next Monday. So we have Canada Day tomorrow, and then I took an extra long weekend. But I wanted to pop on. If you guys are doing more streams this week, obviously I'll pop on when I can. But I wanted to leave you guys with some motivational quotes before I go.
Okay.
Kat. So number 1, believe in yourself and you will be unstoppable.
Nice.
So that's also for the streamers. That's also good
like
for the
that.
streamers that are going through all this. And everything is within your power, and your power is within you.
That's good.
Nice.
And I'll leave you guys with that. I love you
Thank
guys
you
so
so
much.
Melly,
Love you,
I'm
Chad.
sorry.
Right back at you.
Yeah, I love
Did
you,
you-
Chad.
Did you not hear what I said?
What?
I said, thank you, Ted. Oops, I mean Melly.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
No,
Thank you for the
thank you. I gotta,
beautiful
I have
quote
this.
that you said. Now go
No,
train.
I wanted to leave. Yeah, I have this training for this new medication.
Have you heard about the job yet?
Yes, I got a second interview. I have to do a case study, and then I have my second interview on Monday, which is the case study. So I have to. They gave me like 2 scenarios, and yeah, so I'm really excited for that.
Congratulations!
So today,
Congratulations. Good luck.
Today,
We're with you.
I'm training for a new medication in our program, so it's a new cancer med. So going to be training on
good.
that, and yeah, and then so I'll work on my case study this week. And yeah,
Good.
but thank you guys so much. I love you all. Thank you,
Thank
Chad,
you.
for always being so fun. And I'll pop in when I can. And
We'll be here.
April, I hope we can fix our issues so that we can see each other in the chat. But
Yeah,
like I
that would
said,
be
I
nice.
can see her. She can't see me for some reason, but we'll figure it out. But
That's
thank you
weird.
guys.
God bless.
I love you
Does
all.
she have you
Take
blocked
care.
by mistake?
No, she doesn't, because if she had me blocked, I wouldn't be able to see her. We did check with her too, but
Oh, yeah, that's right.
yeah, so I don't know, but we'll figure it out, April.
Yep,
But
definitely.
thank you guys. I love
Hopefully
you
we can
all.
figure out.
And
All right.
you guys have a great day, okay?
God
Thank
bless.
you, Melly.
Okay,
Have
you
fun.
too.
Have a
Be
good
good.
one.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So yeah, yeah. I mean, it's all over the place, man. This is absolutely crazy. And you know, after everything that we discussed today, yesterday, the day before, last week, the week before that, a few weeks back, we're still in the same boat. Missing lady,
We are.
guy on the porch. And that's, I think, what bothers most people. Obviously, her being gone and not knowing, but nothing to know.
But you know what? You know what, Chris? At least, at a worst case scenario, at least we are keeping that story alive.
Yeah, that's what we have to do.
And that to me, even when it becomes redundant and we regurgitate the same shit and we're trying to, make a spin here or there, the idea that news is still on, people are hearing it. Whether it's a lot of people or little people, it doesn't matter. People are still hearing it, and the information is still getting out that Nancy is still not with us. So therefore, I think it's a win-win, even though I think people get it that there's nothing new. But here's the thing, it's keeping the story alive. And that is, to me, that's monumental. That's priceless. Just saying.
I mean, look at the guys on the ground in Tucson right now. They do phenomenal. They're going through a little bit of shit right now, but they'll be beyond that. Tucson's good. But, what we do here is just as important.
Absolutely.
We are keeping the story going too. And we have all of our chats, all of our people to keep going with us. And this is all that it's going to do. We're not going to let her be forgotten. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't do this because, I want money and I want to be, this big time. Like I said the other day, I don't care if I have one person listening and 12 mods in there, still talking what we want to talk about. And I think the panels are great. I really push to doing the panels now. I think you get more.
I think so.
And, being able to talk like you do at 8 and 5, that's great. And I just chime in and sit back and let you do all the talking, and then I just relax and eat little
take over
and drink. No, I'm not taking over. But yeah, no, like what we do here is very, very important. We're digging. Like, I haven't dug so much information. Like when you're on your chat and when you're on your live and I'm in your chat and I hear questions, I'm over here, keys away. I reply to you all the time.
And
because like, look at, I know you and Ted and JLR and the handful of guys, right? And it's a good family. It really is. Like I told you the other day, I know at the beginning you were like hesitant to come on and stuff like that, but you know what? It was meant to be. I think we fit well together, right?
I think so too.
I
love this. I love this interaction between you and I in the chat, because it gives you something to bounce off of real time. You know what I'm saying? Real time. It gives you stuff to bounce off of. And just like with the chat, when I do my lives, it's really, for me, it's really great, because I get to hear where their opinions are going, where their thought process is going. And for me, it's also educating me, trying to think outside that box. Like maybe there's something I just didn't think of,
Right.
And then all of a sudden, somebody in your chat comes out, and you're like, "Oh man, that's good." I do that all the time with them, because I think, like I said, everybody has an opinion, and everybody's opinion matters. It really does.
Right. And when you're missing that one little piece from what you're trying to think of, what my brain is doing right now is I'm already thinking about, tomorrow. I'm already thinking about, am I going to do a live tomorrow? And what else can I bring into this? Because, we've been talking about this since day one, right? I mean, we haven't stopped talking about this from day one. And, there's other stuff happening. And I know everybody, this is number one with everybody. But there's other stuff going on where there's people found, we're covering Elena more. Now, I didn't even know about it until you brought it up. Now I'm into that, and I need that freaking toxicology report to come out. So, because there's nothing else to cover right now, right?
Right.
And I'm even keeping an eye on the now I forget her name, the lady in California that you brought up to my attention.
Joanna Ruth Shields.
Nothing, zero, zilch, not a word.
I check on it every day. Every day.
There's 3 people right now without nothing: Nancy, Elena, and what's her face that I'm keeping an eye on, right? And I get it. And like I said, too, from the beginning, if this wasn't the last name Guthrie, we wouldn't even know about it.
Probably not. No, because a lot of people would look at it as in she lived a well life lived for 84 years old. As sad as it is, people would probably go, shit just happens, if they didn't know who she was. But because she's in that limelight, yes, that's why. And then, when you start thinking about it and realizing, my God, that could have been my mom, or that could have been my sister, or my relative, or whatnot. Chris, I don't think I ever told you, but so I had when I went to the Marine Corps real quick in 1988, I went to the Marine Corps. When I got back, I was looking for a sister of mine, asking, like, hey, where's so-and-so? And they said, oh, she's gone. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, where's she going? And they're like, she's just gone. And I'm like, what do you mean she's gone? So she just poof out of the thin air. She's gone. And so this is why I do what I do, because I have someone in my family that has literally gone off the face of the earth. And she had a daughter. Her daughter was a beautiful little girl named Jessica. And so for me, there's a lot, this is another reason also why I also got into law enforcement. Not the only reason, but one of the reasons, so that I could use all the technology to try to find where in the hell is this woman at. the year before I left for the Marine Corps in '88, in Christmas of '87, it was the only time that our family did what's kind of like a pull names for Christmas gifts. You know, we're a big family, but it was the only time we ever did that. And she had drew my name, and she got me a case of Old Milwaukee from back in the day.
There you go. Wow.
And she got me a year subscription of Sports Illustrated.
Oh, there you go.
Well, back in the day, that was shit, right?
Yeah.
So I was like on Cloud 9, and we always had a good rapport, all of us siblings. But you know, that's what I remember last, and that was the last really, honestly, true memory that I have when I went to the Marine Corps. Like I said, you know, come back and she's gone. So for me, when I usually say stuff about like how I would do something or what I would do or what I would suggest, all that's based on the premise that that's exactly what I would do if it was my sister. You know, I would do X, Y, and Z. I would expect this and nothing short of this, whether it's get your ass out there, Pima County, and keep looking. There's no we're just gonna call the search back. No.
Right. No.
You know, so I tell you this just to kind of share that with you, because I shared it with all my chat and all my mods and all the streamers on our chat, you know, subscribers and devil pups and whatnot. I shared it with them just so they can get an idea of like, where is Devil Dog coming from? Why? Well, that's the why. It's just ironically that this case took hold, and it happens to be in the realm where, you know, this case and law enforcement kind of go together, and I have both in that mentality. So for me, that's why I do this. It's nothing more, you know.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that with me and us, and we're sorry to hear that. That stinks.
So that's why I roll the way I do. And but anything that I say like in here, it's all based on the premise. There's no different. I would say the same thing if it was my sister sitting right here. She was only like 20. I was 18. She was probably no more than 25, 26 years old. Think about that. That's a long life, brother. That's a long life. And then she had a little girl. And so anyways, I just wanted to go ahead and share that with you. So you kind of knew where I'm coming from, and you kind of it makes a little bit more sense when you hear stuff like that, like, oh damn.
Oh yeah. So no information? Never.
Nope. None at all, my friend. None at all. I tried I thought I had her located in Dallas, Texas. This is when I worked in law enforcement. I thought I had her located in Dallas, Texas. I mean, I went through every state in the fucking, you know, in our thing. And I looked everywhere, but I thought I had her in Dallas, Texas. But when I made contact with that place or that home or apartment or whatever the hell it was a house actually. They told me she had that person had just moved like 3 months prior. So for me, I was like, and she did have a little girl, and her name was Jessica. So in my mind, I'm thinking, oh God, this has got to be it. Because when I tell you I searched all over the country and nothing. And then then I got this, you know, where the person said, I'm sorry, but you reached so-and-so. And yeah, no, there was a person living here before I moved in here, and they did have a little girl, but they moved out about 3 months ago. I was like, damn it. So, but I never know. I never knew what happened. No one in the family knows what happened. It doesn't, you know, but back in the day, when you're younger, you know, like calling and having people like search and all that, that's not even in the play, right? It's like, okay, well, they'll come back when they want to, you know, come back and get in the fold with the family. But then it just kept going to where nothing, crickets. And yeah, so that's why I love doing this, is because
it's a good reason.
It's just something that I always felt like just maybe. But then again, maybe they're 6 feet under, and they cross paths around the wrong individual. I don't know, but it does suck when you don't know what happened, because in your mind you're like where, like, really, like, how in today's day, so
Yep.
It is what it is. But it's all good, man. We do what we can. We keep the story of Nancy alive. We try to give our different views of opinions. We try to give our different, like, you have a lot of friends, you have a lot of knowledge in your life, you are able to share that knowledge that you have, and the friends that you have in law enforcement, you're able to bring that spin. You're in a bigger city. I'm over here trying to tell it from what my lens. And I'll be honest, I don't agree with everything that every other law enforcement believes, but I do believe a lot of what they believe. So therefore, for me, it's kind of like, we do a lot. And the people out there in Tucson, well, I would expect, Tucson 857. I would expect, Alex, and even for that matter, Righteous Monkey and so forth, to go out there because they live there. It's their neck of the woods. Just like if if I'm in Ohio, I'm going to be covering the case over here with Spencer and Monique Tepe from Columbus. They're still waiting on a court date there. So there's a lot of things that I think we all bring something to the table. I just think sometimes we just need to remember, and I don't say this about you and I or anybody around affiliated with us, but I think every streamer needs to remember, everybody has an opinion. Right. Every opinion is validated because that's their opinion, and it doesn't matter,
Yeah, of course it does.
So
now, have you ever continued to look, or did you stop? Or
when I had every access to every computer you could think of,
right,
in short of the FBI or whatnot, but I mean, I could even link into some of those in reality in law enforcement,
right?
And I could tell you, I looked international. I looked everywhere. I just could not find it. That only person I ever found was in Dallas, Texas, that I thought I had it. And then it was like 3 months short.
Too late,
so, yeah. So short of that, no, right now I leave it in God's hands. I'm like, hey, it is what it is. Lord, just if they're alive, protect them, be with them, and if they're deceased, keep their souls rested in peace, My mom never got to see her daughter come back. My dad never got to see her daughter come back. So the reality is that, I know what siblings are thinking. And you know what? I understand why, I say the things that I say, but that doesn't make me right. It just gives me another perspective and a different angle of looking, through a different lens, But no, I haven't. I don't want to ever say I given up, but I haven't looked, to answer your question truthfully. I haven't looked recently because, man, if I couldn't find it in all the areas that I had the technology to find it, I'm sure as hell don't think that I'm going to find it just being a civilian, if you will, for better life. So,
well, I didn't have nothing like that sister-wise, but I had a cousin that was in Iraq, and he never came home ever. They found, it was nuts is they found his weapon, because they're all serial number to whoever you get. When they give you the weapon, they found his weapon in the middle of the desert somewhere.
Oh wow!
And that's all. They never found anything else. And I mean, we weren't like the best of friends, but still, when you get that call, hey, your cousin is gone, and they don't know what happened. They have no idea. He could be a prisoner of war still. Who knows? Right? You know what I'm saying? We don't know. Just never been able to find them. But yeah, it's crazy stuff like that. But hey, every once in a while, it's good to talk about stuff like that, just to get it off your chest a little bit. And,
absolutely.
Because you don't want to keep that stuff balled up and, it'd drive you crazy. But yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But to me, it sounds like she up and left on her own. Like, see you later, bye, I'm leaving. Or she was with the wrong person.
I think it was
crazy.
I think she met somebody that wasn't who they said they were. And
shocking.
So that's the best I can figure out. But you know what, the idea, like you said, man, I think we bring a lot to the table, all of us, and I think we just, that's, I love being on these with you because you and Shibby and everybody else, but I like really being honest with you because it seems like we got a lot of similarities and a lot of commonality. And I think we fit just well. So
well, I mean, like, I love having you here. I'm glad I found you. But it's nice having the law enforcement background because you can answer some of the questions I know nothing about. And like I said, the only reason I started doing this was because of finding JLR and watching his streams. And wow, man, he really finds out shit. And then he got me into it. And then I love like when he was boots on the ground with the Cavalcante thing, live every day, every night at the scene where the guy could be right there behind those bushes. Right. I'm not even there, and I was nervous. I'm like, oh, watch out, And
it's funny.
It's exciting, and so I'm a scanner enthusiast, right? So I have my $75,000 police scanner here.
Yeah.
I'm a scanner buff. Have been forever. We've chased everything in the world, fires, chases, whatever. But I live in such a boring area. Nothing ever happens here except for a speeding ticket, right? So, but I'm when something big happens here, I'll go to it live, right? You know what I'm saying? I'll go live from there and cover it live from there because that's what I want to do. But this true crime stuff, because is so much of it. There's so many people missing. And it doesn't aggravate me, but it's all about Nancy because of the Guthrie thing. And that's all it is. That there's other people that need our coverage. But
Absolutely.
I can see when I'm in my live and I'm talking about this and I'm talking about that. It starts out at 50 people, and then by the time I'm done talking about Elena, it's down to like 7 people, like, because they don't care. They just want to hear about Nancy, which is great. But there's other people that need the help too. Like this Elena lady. Come on.
I agree. I agree.
So, so now I'm battling in my head again. Like I said, I don't care if I have 1 or 40 people, but I feel like I have an obligation to talk about what's on the top of the list, and that's Nancy. But we're talking about the same single thing every single day, every minute of our day. We're talking about the same stuff, right? And I get it. But, I have to throw in other stuff because it's getting a little, I don't know what the word that I'm looking for.
No, you're right. You're right on the money. I mean, look, I will say this, Chris, the base that we have built in my chat with our double pups and streamers and whatnot, the base that we have built is really majority is ground roots. It's just literally from the bottom. And when I say from the bottom, I mean, I remember when I had 3, I remember when I had 5, I remember when we climbed the ladder and hit my first 1,000 and so forth and so forth. So the idea, I don't have a lot, but I can tell you that my base, the base that we have for our channel is solid. There's not one person in there that I wouldn't do anything for or help out in a drop of a dime. If they asked me, there would be nobody I would not help out because that's how close that base is. When your base is solid, your foundation is solid. It doesn't matter if you had 20,000 or if you had 1,000. You're always going to have that solid base, and that's the most important part. That base. So I love plugins and people going, hey, check out this and that and the other. But I also really appreciate and really respect the down growing like this from the bottom, because when you grow from the bottom, my God, man, they're there for you. You're there for them, and no one's going to knock that off. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
I just thought I'd go ahead and just,
Well, yeah, I mean, I see the same people in my chat too, and it's the same thing. It's like, great. But I mean, what's nice though is that when I'm not on, they can flow to you. And when we know they're all going to go to the big guys, right? We know they're going to flow to them, right? JLR came on today and we went from almost 200 people down to like 60, right? It's just, that's how it is. He's the big man. He's the big guy. And same with Ted and same with Shibby and stuff like that. But when I'm not on, they can flow to you. When you're not on, they can flow over here.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
But now, you know how when you look at the bottom of your screen, you see where the box that says present an invite. You click on that and it opens up and you do invite. Then it pictures your link and you hit copy and you email that to me. I can just pop into your chat whenever or into your live whenever you want.
Say it again. Say it again, because I want to walk you through it.
Do you see the empty box down the bottom? It should say present or invite.
No. Share your referral link.
Nope. Over to the. Do you see a picture of me and you down the bottom?
I see a picture of me way at the bottom. That's it.
All right.
Oh, I see where it says yes. It says present. Yes.
Click on that.
Okay.
And then it will say invite person or guest.
It just says. Let's see. It just says slides, video file, image, and screen share.
It doesn't say invite guest.
No. No.
Oh, maybe you can't do it because you're on mine. That's probably why.
That's what it, but I would go there and I'd click
and
that.
The first thing on the bottom is going to say invite guest, and all you do is click on it, and then it brings you a link and it says copy. You just hit copy, drop it in an email to me, and I can come in and out whenever.
You got it, my friend.
So because I don't mind whatever, because I'm usually on when you're on. So I'm in your chat when you're, because I ain't in the mood to talk and to set up a whole live at 8 o'clock in the morning or 5 at dinner time, so I can just pop in and out. But no, and that's what I like. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Look,
I'm glad you told me that.
We've been on for 4 hours and 10 minutes talking about Nancy, right? And that's what we're at. And we were talking about Tucson. But, you know, I'm going to start moving on to some other cases too. I'm going to do a live about Nancy. I may do a live the same day about Elena. I mean, we got to cover everybody. It doesn't
come in tonight at 5 because I'm going to be covering a new case.
Oh, goody. Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to be covering a new case. And it's only because of the fact that there is nothing on Elena. There's nothing on Joanna. There's nothing going on with the Teppies from Columbus. So I'm going to bring up another one that I've been talking. I already got everything written down.
Good.
So we're going to cover something new. So come on in and
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get why people, they want to talk Nancy. Got it. But there's no new information. Right. And we've covered everything that we could possibly cover in this past 4 hours. Exactly. Anything that we would talk about later would be everything that we just covered here. I mean, the big news later will be 857, which we've covered. We got it here, breaking. So that's good. We covered it all. But yeah, and the other people need us too. Whether or not we're there on the ground, we're still doing it from here. Look, so
I always told my chat, and they'll tell you, I've always told them, you're not going to hear anything that's really like out there. You're not going to hear that big thing. What you're going to hear is when you turn on your TV and you put it to your favorite news channel, it's going to say breaking news. Suspect has been arrested for the Nancy Guthrie case. Mm-hmm. That's when we're going to know we have somebody. Other than that ship has sailed. All the new nuggets and details, you may get a little bit here, a little there, but that main part of that case has sailed. Right now, everything is in the hands of the FBI, Pima County Sheriff's Office, the investigators, and we're not going to know until that big thing comes out. You know, that's just about it. Because if not, we would have already heard some more things.
Right. I don't consider. If when that moment comes, even if your TV isn't powered on, it's still going to flash on your TV because it's going to be the biggest thing in the world. Like, besides O.J. Simpson's car chase at 10 miles an hour,
right?
What the hell else has gotten more coverage, really? I'm not sure there's been a huge amount of cases and big stuff, but not where you could talk about Nancy on every single platform for weeks at a time. You know, everybody would still tune in. If this is still going on in 2 years, oh yeah, we're still going to be talking about Nancy full time. Yeah, it's just because it's a poor 84-year-old lady.
Yep.
You know, like, is it, you know, it's so, and like the theories. I mean, we're rethinking theories now because we've already used them once. Now we're just trying to change them up a little bit and figure out, well, what did we miss, or what can we add in, or, you know, what is the deal? So yeah, so it's definitely good. I'm glad to do this, and whether it's just me and you every week, I don't care. Ted is fired and Shibby is suspended, and so we'll discuss that later on because
hey,
you know,
I love it. I love being on with you, man. I really do.
Man,
I enjoy it.
You. So
and send me your phone number because I already send you mine.
Oh yeah, dude, I will. I'll text it to you in a few minutes. But
real quick, before you go, real quick, make sure don't give that number to nobody because that's my number and that's a personal number. That
so I'll take,
and I don't want nobody having it.
So I'll take 1 Bitcoin to not post it on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok.
I'll hunt you down. I will hunt you down.
Yeah, no, I would never do that.
Good.
And
you're good.
You the same.
I will, my brother.
But yeah, no. So
2 Bitcoins.
Hey, let's wrap this up. 2 Bitcoin. Yeah. That's only 120 grand. So
yeah,
I mean,
dropping a dime in the bucket.
Dog change, right? You know, dog food, pocket change. So let's wrap this up because I want to chill out for a few before your show at 5, and we'll go from there. And thank you for being here. I'm gonna go find Ted and Shibby and yell at everybody. But yeah, thank you for being here, Double D and chat. Thank you so much for hanging with us. And I can't say enough about our wonderful mods who handle both channels and chats. And you guys, amazing job today. Unbelievable. Another 4 hours and 15 minutes. So another great show. And Absolutely. We will see you guys here next Tuesday at the same time. And we'll see you guys on everybody else's channels. And I'll see you guys all later on with Dog. And we shall go from there.
Chris, thank you for having me, man.
Thank you for being here.
And I appreciate you being a friend and building that rapport, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Likewise, all mods, thank you all. Everybody who's been on the chat listening to us. I know sometimes it gets a little frustrating because you want that one-on-one interaction, but this is how we learn, and this is how we get more information from other people. So thank you, everybody, for everything you bring to the table. With that, go ahead. I'll let you close out.
All right, my guy. So I will talk to you later and see you later. Chat, thank you so much. Mods, I love you all. Great work today, and we shall see you guys all later.
5 o'clock, everybody. 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time.
Eastern time.
That's it.
All right, y'all. See you later.
Later, my brother. Bye-bye.